Ba-dam-bam-ba. Zip, zap. Okay, wieder mal der typische Tontest. Hallo, hallo, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Zip, zap. Okay, wieder mal der typische Tontest. Hallo. Okay. Audio seems to work, which is good. So welcome back to the live stream project of our 2D-Platformer game. And first of all, someone provided us with a link where we can maybe create audio effects in a very easy and simple way. And the link was that one. I'm not sure if you actually see the links that I'm posting, because sometimes I'm posting links in the chat. I would assume that I'm allowed to do that because I'm the channel owner, but I'm not 100% sure. So anyway, it's called JSFXR actually. And seems like a tiny little program where we can create sound effects. And it's again with Node Package Manager, which we used also for the tile extruder stuff. So we could extract that and maybe run it. I thought it should be some executable. But anyway, so this is something that I want to keep in mind when we update the sound effects, which we could maybe do in here, because they're anyway are working on the enemies, like this chainsaw stuff and the swamp that can move up, down, left, right, maybe squash us. And there we anyway will need some new sound effects. So there it makes totally sense to try out this editor. So first of all, thanks for that. And yeah, unfortunately, I don't know how to fix that people can send links in the chat. So that's why please write me an email if you have a special link. Then I can read that. Then the second thing is I summed up all the time that we have invested so far in this game. And I came to a total of 21 hours, because here it says, what is the stream title today? 8 days or something? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yes, today is actually day 8 since we are working on that project. But a day is not a full day. So if people might think, whoa, after 8 days, he only achieved that tiny little piece of thingy that we can see then later on, then no, that's not the case. It was actually 21 hours. So if you would split that up, I would say 8 hours per day would be a typical work day. Then we are at about 2.5, 2.5 days that we currently worked on this project. But of course, my time is limited, so I only work in the evening, usually on that, and only for 1 to 3 hours. So that's why I need a lot more days to achieve certain things. But what's interesting for me as well to see that in 2.5 days, we achieved at least something. So it's already playable. Certain things that we implemented were not necessary, so we could simply skip that and simplify it to be even there a little bit faster. And also what we need to keep in mind, that everything is written from scratch. So I don't scratch, which means I don't reuse anything that I implemented before, which of course in future projects, if I would beautify that and make it reusable, the future projects would be of course a lot faster. Okay, but that just as an information, I found that quite interesting, so that I keep track of that. The first thing that we want to do today is actually something in tile. So stop player from falling down on edges. And let's first of all start up IntelliJ, where we have another update. We don't care, because anyway, soonish there will be the 2024.1 release, and then give it a time of 1 or 2 weeks until they fix all the initial bugs that usually always occur. And then we anyway have a nice new version. Good to show you what we are trying to fix today. Let me start up the application. Because currently when we move our character very close to an edge, because of the circle shape that he has on the bottom, he's slowly falling down a bit. So when we move here, and yeah, here you will now see we are actually falling down. Can I jump up? Yes, because we have unlimited jumps, I can do that. But here you see he's slowly moving towards the edge and falling down. And this is something that we don't want. The second thing is when we jump against a wall. Let me see if I can reproduce that. Maybe not so easily possible. But the second thing is actually that we can stick to walls. Yeah, like this. Now I was able to reproduce it. So when I move towards this platform, then I simply stick to the wall. And that is also something that we don't want. Also, to be honest, I don't want this music all the time when we are now testing. So I will lower it down to maybe just a very, very low volume percentage. Yeah, so I hear that the music starts playing, but it's not that loud anymore. So that's good enough. How do we want to solve that? So I want to solve that in tiled because we already made a nice integration that we can do anything almost in tiled and then reuse that in our project. And my idea is now, first of all, that we add some additional properties to every collision shape, which we then parse. And also something that I want to try, but not sure if that is possible. There should be somewhere in tiled an option that we can create like a class or a template or whatever. And when we choose that, then the properties below get automatically pre-filled. So when we implement now a logic to, for example, parse, I don't know, 3 or 4 additional properties now that are related to Box2D, then it would be great that we can simply copy them over to other objects as well, and that we don't need to remember the keys all the time. So somewhere in here, there should be an editor, if I'm not mistaken, where we can create classes. The question is, where is that? So if I would be like an object or class that I can be configured, where would I hide myself? I don't see it here. I also don't see it here. Maybe tileset properties. That does not open anything, so it seems that that's not the case. Project properties. Extensions, automap rules. No, that's also not it. Because in here I can write a class, but I actually thought that you can redefine here something. Maybe we need to Google that, but I'm pretty sure that there should be something. But it's a little bit weird that there is no... Or is this the tile set properties then in the end? Okay, let's see here. So we have project console problem properties. I think this one, Vorlagen editor, that might be the template editor. What is that one? What can I do here? Not sure. Let's find out if... I'm pretty sure there is actually something, but I'm not sure where. LibGDX, not LibGDX, tiled map editor, create class with properties. I hope, or I think there is actually something. Property types. It's not really a property type. How to set per tile custom property in map properties defined in a custom class. Is it maybe this one? Let's read the official documentation. One of the major strengths of tiles is that it allows setting custom properties on all of its basic data structures. This way is it possible to include many forms of custom information, which can later be used by your game or by the framework you're using to integrate tiled. Custom properties are displayed in the properties view. This view is context sensitive, usually displaying the properties of the last selected object. It also supports multi-selection for changing the properties of many objects at once. Adding properties. When you add the property using the blah blah blah, you are prompted for its name and its type. Then it supports a couple of types. Custom types. In addition to the basic property types listed above, you can define custom types in your project. I think this is what we want. Tile supports custom enums and custom classes. Not sure what is the difference. An enum is useful if you want to limit the options for a certain property to a fixed set of values. Okay, so this is a predefined value, like really an enumeration, which might make sense for our, how did we actually call that? Didn't we... I'm now confused. Didn't we set here somehow the object ID where we said that this is the player? I thought so that we did that, but okay, when I click away, so it was now showing the properties of that object here, but when I click away, it's showing me this one here again. Okay, so this game object, that would be, for example, an enum. So let's try, or let's learn both. I never used this functionality, maybe once, but I forgot about it. So let's use it, could be useful. An enum also defines how its value is saved. It can be saved as a string, saving one of its values directly. Alternative, it can be saved as a number, the index of the current value in the list. The former is more readable, whereas the latter could easier and more efficient to load. Yeah, there is this, I think at least in Java, there's that you can load an enum by its index, which is not called index. If I remember correctly, is it some specific value? So the number value behind the enumeration. Every enum has a number, a unique number starting from 0 usually. But I think we just load it by name. It doesn't really matter and it's easier to read and understand. Finally, an enum can also allow multiple values to be chosen. In this case, each option is displayed with a checkbox. When saving a string, a comma-separated list is used, and when saving as number, the selected indices are encoded as bit flags. In both cases, the maximum number of flags supported is 31, since internally a 32-bit signed integer is used to store the value. Okay, but how do I do that? These types are automatically saved in the project file. Hence, you need to create a project before you can set up your custom types. Okay, we have a project, so I would assume that here we can create something. No, I don't know. Let's read further. Maybe it's explained somewhere. Then you also have custom classes. A class is useful if you want to be able to add a set of properties at once with predefined defaults. It can also prevent excessive prefixing of property names. Classes can have members referring to other classes. Each data type has a class property which can be used to refer to a custom class. The members of this class will then be directly available as custom properties of that instance. So this is what I want for the different collision objects. Each class can also have a custom color, which is used to make objects more recognizable. The class color is used. Okay, I don't care. Tile property inheritance, typed tiles. If you're using tile objects, you can set the class on the tile. No, I want to know, how do I even get to this specific editor here? Property type editor. Where do I find that? Property type editor. Ansicht. So console problems, properties. But we see that property type editor. So this template stuff, it wasn't that one. Okay, I found it. So, but that user interface, what the hell? So it's this one here. I would translate it like customized types. So where you can create your own types. But to me, that looks like a checkbox actually. So I can enable or disable something. So I simply read over it. But it's not a checkbox. It's actually, it's opening up that editor here. Oh, a little bit weird, but okay. So now we can have an enum, which is nice. Let's call that a game object. And we will store it as a string. And we don't allow multiple values. And now we simply add one. So the first one is currently frog. We don't have another one. But yeah, let's keep it like that. And then we also want to include a class, which would be the, let's call it box2D, or let's call it physics, or let's call it fixture def, because that is how it's called in box2D. Yeah, class for, so here we could say that this is only for objects, for example. It does not make sense for anything else, most likely. Maybe for a tile itself, but not sure. But we just want it as an object. And the properties that we want to add here. So what kind of things do we need? Let's go to our box2D utilities. And there we are parsing this fixture definition. And here I want to see what we can set inside a fixture definition. So XY doesn't make sense. Shape also does not make sense. Density, maybe, not sure, but could be useful. Let's write it down. We have density, then we have friction from what I saw. That is an important one that we want to set so that we don't stick to walls. What else? Restitution. I think this is how bouncy your object would be. So when you fall down, if you then can jump up again or bounce actually upwards. So that would be the restitution. What else did I see? So the sensor information, that's also an important one. And is there anything else? Maybe it's easier to just open the class. So friction by default is 0.2, and that can have a value between 0 and 1. On the left and right side of the character, we want a friction of 0. And for the feet, we want to have a friction of 1. Restitution is how bouncy it is. So the elasticity, as you can see here, okay, that one doesn't really get bigger. There we will set it to 0, but maybe some objects would be cool if they have 1, not sure. Density is 0, but there I used that once, if I remember correctly, in one of my top-down RPGs that I never finished. And what I wanted to have is specific behavior. Let me draw that up again in Paint. So I had the main character. Let's make him red. And then I also had an NPC. Let's make that one black. And the character could walk inside or to the NPC, and he could not walk inside it. So there was a collision between both of them. And actually the player, when he was moving towards the NPC, then he was simply dragging him away. So you could walk into the NPC and move him around. This behavior is, for example, in Secret of Mana, a very old RPG on the Super Nintendo system. But I did not want this behavior, so I wanted that the player, of course, still collides with the NPC, but actually the NPC should move the player away if he's in his way and the NPC wants to walk somewhere. And the way I solved that, if I remember correctly, was via the density. So the NPC just got a very high density and the player had a very low one, which means that when the NPC was walking towards him, he simply pushed the player away. That was the behavior that I wanted. And if I remember correctly, I solved it with the density. And the last one is the sensor, which simply means that the shape that we are creating, so this fixture, is either a sensor, meaning that it does not have a collision, but it still fires the contact events, or it is not a sensor. Then it has real collision like we are currently having it. Okay, and those 4 things, so friction, restitution, and density, I would say those are the values that we want to have in our class here. So we have a friction, which by default I would say is 0. Then we have the restitution, which is also 0. Then we have a density, but default value is 0. And we have a sensor information, which is a Boolean, and that one is by default false. Okay. The filter we will ignore. So filter would be for special collision handling that you can directly, I think, modify which bodies are colliding with each other and things like that. But we will program that in a more readable way, and we don't do any bit set magic. Okay, so let's save this. Is it already saved? I am not sure. I hope so. And now what I could think of is that first of all, we could have now a property which is a dropdown. Yes. I'm not sure. The name of the property. Okay, wait. Can I change the... No, we can only convert it to Boolean and file, but we actually want to have an enum dropdown, which is also called game object. And now it's still a text, right? Let me remove it. Maybe there's a weird behavior because it has the same name, so it does not replace the property. Okay, now it's a dropdown. Cool stuff. So here we can now enhance this game object enum so that we don't need to remember the names. Of course, we need to keep that in sync. So the enumeration in our game, which is called game object, and the one in tiled, they need to be synchronized. I could imagine... Actually, let's see that. It said it's part of the project file. So there should be somewhere here the information of a frog. Yes. So just for you, to give you an idea, we won't do that, but it would be an idea. If you have the tile project file in your project, then you could theoretically write maybe a little Gradle task. I think that would be the most convenient one. And that simply parses the project file. It searches for the type enum and for the name, whatever name it is. And then you see it's very simple. So the values here, so it's in JSON format, first of all. And the values here is simply an array with the different values. And you could then simply take over the values from your enumeration and provide it here in a project file. Or the other way around, you parse it from the project file and you create an enum class in your Kotlin project and add those values in there. That would make it easier to keep them in sync, that it's just an automatic task and you cannot do anything wrong. For us, that it's way too much, so we don't need that. We keep it simple, but just to give you an idea to automate that a little bit and keep it safer. So that would be something cool. Maybe we could do that on the last day, but not sure. Let's add that here as an idea. So if we have time left, automatically update enum of tiled or project to keep them in sync, something like that. So if you have time, then we might be able to do that. Yeah, so that looks good. Not sure if that one got now stored in a different way, but we will see if our code is breaking at some point. The other thing which is more important is now that here we should be able to choose our class and we get now some predefined values, which is great. And here, for example, this one I want to call... one more thing that we could add, which is actually really important, which would be called user data. I forgot about that one, but that would be some custom information. But where is that actually set? I don't see it on the fixture definition. Is it part of the shape user data? No, or is I'm pretty sure that you can set user data, but maybe it's on the... Maybe it's not on the fixture definition, maybe it's on the fixture itself. So here, obviously, we cannot set the user data. What I could think now is Where did we, I think in our spawn system, let me quickly check something. So there we should have the, how did we call it? Spawn game object entity. Yes, this one. So here we have the fixture definitions and then we iterate over all of them and we are creating a fixture which returns a fixture, and there we might be able to apply user data. Yes, so that one I think might also be useful, or is actually useful, that we can also set that dynamically in our game. So we will create one more. That one is a string, and by default it's the empty string. Okay, so this is the set of properties that we want to be able to dynamically change in the editor and add to our objects. Okay, so first of all, this will be the hitbox. We will call it like that. And the hitbox is a sensor, and the other properties don't matter for a hitbox. So hitbox is, I would say, something like that. It should be usually a little bit smaller than the graphic that you see, because might be very frustrating if we have the box, for example, like here, and then something is colliding here and you take damage or die from it. That's a little bit unforgiving. So usually the hitbox is just a little bit smaller than the real sprite. So I would say something like this should be good for our hitbox. Then we need some collision stuff on the left and right side. And here we are going to make, I would say, just a polygon actually, which is maybe just the edge of the hitbox, but it goes a little bit lower than that. Let me think. Yeah, I think something like this. So this one is also a fixture definition. That one now has a friction of 0, so that we don't stick to walls. It is not a sensor. It does not have a restitution. And do we need user data for that one? I think not for now, so we can skip it. Then we need another polygon, which is the right side. So here, that would be the right collision thing of our player, which is also a fixture definition, has a friction of 0, is not a sensor. Okay. Then we need something for the head. So there we can also use a polygon. And here I want to use something like, for example, here, like this. Then we go up a little bit. So we will have some, like a corner a little bit. Why is that? I will explain that in a moment. Was that now? Wait. Did I now by accident combine? All the things? Is this not just one polygon? How can I select it? So is this one selection? No, this is, select this one. So we have a hitbox. Then we have, I think it made now everything together, which is not what I want. So this should be separate. This should be separate. That's the case. And now I want to have something for the head. Maybe I cannot simply, or if I connect the 2 dots here, then it's creating automatically a new shape, which it combines it, which I don't want. So let me start like here. Then again, we have this little rooftop here, and then until here. And that's it. So that's another fixture definition. The reason why I want to have that little rooftop here is that when we jump against a platform, I think I drew that once, but let me draw it once more. So let's imagine we have a platform like this, and below we have our player, that one here. So when he jumps up there, If he's jumping like this, then he should collide with the platform at the top and stay under it. But if it's very close to the edge like this, then he should be pushed out. I think that's a more natural feeling behavior and easier for the player to understand and better to control if you are very close to a corner, that you simply get pushed out like this. And I hope that that could be solved with that tiny little shape here, which is actually a little bit wrong. So it should be a lot more like this, most likely. Maybe something like this. We need to try it out. We can anyway optimize that later on. But that is also no sensor. That has no friction. And finally, the shape for the feet. And there, I'm not sure if a circle is the best shape. Really not 100% sure. Also, I'm thinking now, I think this is a little bit stupid. We should move that up. So should be more like this one here. I think this should be the left and right boundary. And yeah, for the feet, let's maybe still go with the circle. Whoops. I'm still not sure if that is the best way for the feet. But it might be. So something like, here we really just need the feet. So it's something like this. Or should it be simply a box? Let's be honest, I think a box is better. The box would be problematic if you have slopes, but our tileset does not have slopes. So I think in our case, really a box is the best option. So for the feet, we have this one until to here, and it doesn't have to be super huge, maybe something like this. This is then also a fixture definition. Here we have a very high friction of 1. And that's it. Yeah, that's it. So what we need to do now is we need to parse this additional information, because currently, of course, we added that to the editor, but it's not used anywhere. So in the end, what we want to have is that we get here a fixture definition. Where is that called? In our loading screen. And also here. But this is for the ground bodies. So there we might need it as well. Yeah, we might need that as well. But the important thing currently would be in the loading screen. I'm just thinking now if this custom property parsing should happen afterwards or if it's inside the fixture definition. I think it should be inside the fixture definition. The only problem that I see is that we don't have a user data that we can add here. So maybe we need a custom class here. I guess so. But let's see. So first of all, this one needs to be changed a little bit. So we have here our fixture definition, which we will return. And we will parse here some additional information. So fixture definition, the friction information is equal to map object. And there we have property, which is called friction, and the default value is 0 if it's not available. Then we had the restitution, where we have also 0. Then we had the density, which is also 0. And we had the sensor, which by default is false if it's not provided. And finally, I want to have here the user data, which we cannot set here. So we might need a custom class here. Or we set it afterwards, because this definition is used. Let me think. That could be it could be a list of fixture definitions. No, we really need it on that level. So we need here a custom class. So let's call that fixture def user data, which has a fixture definition. That's the definition. And we have a user data, which is a string. And then this method is returning the data class. So it's a fixture definition. And in addition, from this map object, we get the property user data. Did we call it with capital D? Yes. User data. And if it's not available, it's simply an empty string. Okay, so that should already work. Let's make a breakpoint here. Now we just need to fix a couple of compile issues. So first of all, these object fixtures is now a list of fixture def user data. That should be the simplest one to fix. Yes, that's already working. And the other thing was in our spawn system, where we are then actually using this stuff. So here we want to create a fixture and we pass in the definition, and also we apply here the user data is equal to the definition user data. And what else do we need to do? So here we need to call an additional definition, and that should be already it. So to make that clear, that is the fixture user data. Oh, that's passed in with this. So we will use here let. Could be removed. We can simply call it like that. Yes, that's even easier. More beautiful. Okay, and then here we have the same thing. So we have the fixture definition. We create the fixture, and also we set here the user data to that one here. And from the definition, the shape, we will dispose it, and here we also need to pass in the definition. Okay, that should theoretically be it. Let's see if we get to the breakpoint. Also in tiled, we saved everything. Yes. Okay, so we have a friction of 0. We have a restitution of 0. We have a density. Okay, it's a little bit bad to test because we did not set any properties. Here we set the sensor to true. So this is obviously working. Which is good. And we have the user data hitbox, which we will also set. Let's make a breakpoint in the spawn system. Also just to be sure that we get here the correct fixture definitions. Okay, then somewhere we should have a friction of 1. Not here. Not here. Not here. Let's make the breakpoint here. Here we had the friction of 1. So this parsing here also is working. We just assume that restitution and density is also working. Good enough. So let's go in here. So now here for the player we have a list of fixture definitions. In total it's 5. One of them is the hitbox, yes. And then we could give them user data as well, like head, left arm, right arm, things like that. Might make it easier to understand. But yeah, seems like the parsing is working correctly. So in our game, we should fall through the floor. Good question. What is happening? Let's debug the physics stuff. Is the ground no longer created? Now we actually really fall through the floor. Why would that be? Why are we falling through the floor? The only explanation that I would have is if the foot here is a sensor, but it should not be a sensor. Really, it should not be. What could be the problem? Why are we falling through the floor now? Let's turn off gravity for a moment. So let's make it 0. So that I see what kind of shape is created here. So the shape looks actually good. It really looks good, but we are falling through the floor. I don't have an explanation for that at the moment, but I hope it's not too difficult to find out. Let's make here a breakpoint once more. So here we have the hitbox, which is sensor true. Then we had a chain shape, which is sensor false, another sensor false, sensor false, sensor false. The alternative would be that our ground bodies are now sensors. Could that be the case? So we have here a fixture definition. Oh, it's also not a sensor. What did we change that causes this behavior? So my assumption would be that it has to do something with sensors, which means that we quickly go back to that file and turn off this line of code. Does that fix the issue? No. Then let's remove the remaining lines as well. Oh. Can two chains not collide with each other? Is that the reason that two chains don't collide? Let's try that out. So if just quickly, if we change here the chain shape to something else again. So if we use here the shape equals polygon shape set as box. And where would it be? I think it's box X, box Y. That just needs the width. Yeah, anyway, it does not, I think it does not need to be exact for this testing here. What is this one? That's a float. required shape found unit. Okay, so we need to call here apply and set as box. Does this now? What's the problem? Expecting something. Here the bracket. Yeah. So now we are colliding again. So it seems like chain shapes, two chain shapes are not colliding with each other. That's very interesting. I did not know that. Kotlin is such a beautiful language. Yes, I like it too. Minute sock. So if two chain shapes cannot collide with each other, then I would say the ground stuff should be a chain shape, but the player foot should not be a chain shape. That should maybe just be a box, and somehow we need to distinguish between those two scenarios. Or we keep it simple and we make everything a box. Maybe let's go with a box for everything and see if we end up with any problems. So in the end, what we want to have here is the polygon shape again. So now we need to not reinvent the wheel, but add our previous code again. So we have here what is that? X, Y, center, and angle. X and Y and center. Would that be the box width, box height, and center would be box X and box Y? And angle would be 0. Is that correct? I don't think so. No, it's definitely not correct. Let me think. So the box is always centered around something. But the width and height, I think, are correct. Is the center minus? Not sure. That does not look correct. I'm honest with you, that does not look correct. Let me check. Do we have the Git history for that? With maybe some very old code where we used the... Here we had a circle shape. Here we had the box shape. What did we do? So we had the box width and box height, which was just half of it. And the box offset was plus width plus height. Something like this. Let's see. So first of all, we multiplied the width by a half. We multiplied the height by a half. Or division by 2. It's actually the same. And this word it says we don't need because we don't want to have chain shapes now. Okay, and then we had here, so box width, box height, and then the box offset, which was the X value of the box, plus the box width and the Y value of the box plus the box height. How does that look like? That looks correct now. Okay, perfect. And we are no longer falling through the floor. We are actually hitting now our head here. Before we could run through it. Now we can no longer do that. Okay, but did we now... Let me check. So when we jump now... Yes. So we no longer stick now to walls. So when we move towards the wall, we are gliding down. So that was this friction of 0 that we are now setting. Which is good. Same on the left side. Yes. So the friction is totally working, which is good. On the edge, we are no longer falling down. So what is a little bit weird, since our wall sensor is a little bit above. So when we go here, we fall down, but we are actually stuck here with that wall sensor. That maybe also should be moved a little bit inside. And what is the last thing? I think... Yeah, maybe the head should be placed a little bit more below. Also, with this little angle here or slope, as I mentioned, it should be... Okay, it's not possible to... What I wanted to achieve is that if I jump like this, that I get pushed out. But that's also not working because here we are flat again. So the two flat thingies are colliding. I would need like an angle from everywhere. So it's a little bit better, but not perfect yet. So let's adjust that because luckily we have now the entire integration in tiled. It should not be too hard to fix it. So first of all, this wall sensor, let's move it inside here and also here. Maybe like adjust it like this. Not 100% sure, but that's a little bit better. Then this entire shape, we will bring it a little bit down. And what we need to do now, so this needs to be angled everywhere. So like to almost the center of the player here. Then those two can be combined. And that one goes maybe here. And the other one goes here. Yes. Let's try it like this. So let's save it and see if that is now a little bit better. We are crashing. What is the problem? Blah, blah, blah. Chain shape. Distance squared greater 0. Okay, so maybe I could imagine because two of these or vertices are actually on top of each other. I thought it combined it, but seems like it didn't do that. So let's quickly remove one of these shapes. Yeah, this one. And let's create a new one. So we want to have the head maybe a little bit below, I would say, that we can hopefully still walk through something. Then here and here, like this. That would be hopefully good enough. Also, the left wall sensor should be a little bit lower. Like this. And we still have the hitbox like that. Okay, so now it should be able to load it again. Yes. Can we walk through the platform below? Yeah, not quite. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. So that's a little bit this inaccuracy of box 2D. Here I'm actually stuck now. So that's the problem if we don't use chain shapes on the... interesting. So I can reproduce that. If we don't use chain shapes for the grounds, then we are stuck between those shapes, which is also not perfect. So we will fix that in a moment again. So sometimes I can simply not walk over them. But first of all, when we jump now, we are still hitting our head. And we are not getting bounced outside. Maybe a little bit. Not sure. Maybe that one would need to be even more steeper. I'm not 100% sure. But everything else, I think it still looks fine. What we don't want, so we really need to fix that. So those things here below, they must be chain shapes. That's otherwise, maybe I can reproduce it again. Yeah, but like here, I press to the right, but I cannot walk over it. So there is this ghost vertex behavior. Interesting. So I'm able to reproduce it. So how do we distinguish if we want to have a normal box or a chain? We could also theoretically just make it part of these properties here. And maybe that's the best solution, to be honest. So in here we have, in our fixture definition, we have another one, which we can call is chain. And that's a Boolean. And by default, it's true, I would say. Is it? Yes, I would say so. So by default, it's true. And it's not important for all the shapes, but for this one here. So here we don't want to have a chain because that one should then collide with the chains. And for everything else, it should be a chain. So a quick fix, so rectangle fixture definition, this one here. And here we need actually both code segments, the one that we had in the original and this one. And the way we get that is that map object property, and we called it is chain. And by default, we said it's true. And if it is a chain, then return something, and otherwise, and otherwise return the box. So here, create a box, create a chain shaped box. Okay, so the box code we have already there, and the chain code we simply get it again from our previous version. So that one was this one here, and we need to make sure that the height, width and height should not be multiplied by 0.5. So we return this fixture definition here, and we need two versions of that. So here below, we have this one as box width and height, and in here, it's not multiplied by a half. So that one here. Now, I think we should still have, so we should have chain shapes. Let's make a breakpoint here for the ground stuff. Yep, we go in here for sure. And we should have the box shape once. Yes. Looks good. So we are no longer falling through because this box now is on the player side. Also, let me walk a little bit if we... Because my other solution would be the other way around. So the player is the chain shape and the ground is the box. But seems like this one is working. I'm no longer stuck. So before that was quite often that I got stuck between shapes, but now it's no longer happening. That's good. Okay, but I'm a little bit confused. Because we cannot solve it like that. Because we have the same problem again. So the side stuff, which is again also just some chains. So the left-right sensor and the head, they are now no longer colliding again with the with the ground stuff. So we actually need to do it the other way around. Then let's say it like this. So the default value is false. Let's also fix that in tiled. That one is a chain, so the player is a chain. And the ground is not a chain. So now we should end up in the chain logic part once. Yes, and in the box part multiple times. So now it looks like we have the same behavior than before, but we don't. So now we should hit our head again. Yes, we do. We can collide with the wall, but we don't stick to it anymore. Yes, and I hope also the ghost vertex stuff is also still solved, because we have, as feet, we now have the chain shape. Looks good, looks good, looks good. Now when we go to the edge, so we just fall off. So when we walk too much, then we simply fall off, which is good. So we are not stuck anymore. The same on the right side. Yes, we are also falling down immediately. So not this slow falling down that we had before, where we had a circle for the feet. So that looks a lot better now. What I don't like is that actually we are not getting pushed out of something like that. I thought, but maybe that's just a box 2D resolution. I thought, or my hope was that when we have a slope for the head, that it then pushes the player out of it. But it does not look like it. Maybe we would need to play around here with friction or density, maybe, or restitution. Maybe restitution. Let's try that out. What happens actually if we select our head? And is it now selected? Oh, I forgot to give it a class actually. And we set here now a restitution of 1. Does that change anything? Now it should be super elastic. What does that mean if it's elastic? Yeah, it pushes, now it pushes us out. Yeah, so it's a little bit better. It's not perfect. It's actually a little bit weird, because we are bouncing off of it now with the same force that we jump to it. We get force down. So this is this elastic behavior. But yeah, at least we are getting bounced out now a little bit. So this influences it slightly. So 1 feels like a pretty bad value. Let's try 0.2. Is that a little bit better? And other than that, I think we just stop with that. That's just at the end to play around with some values. Yeah, that looks now, or that feels now better. So I don't get bounced down that much anymore. And at some point, you see, I don't move left or right. So when I'm very close to the edge, I just need to jump a little bit. And at some point, I can jump outside of it pixel perfectly. So that was the behavior that I wanted. Good stuff. Hello, Nazar. Hello. Sorry, I don't know your name. Keep doing good tutorials. My name is Simon. Also wanted to ask, I want to create 2D card Android game with some animations. Is LibGDX good choice to pick, or try Unity or Godot? I think it depends. So I've answered this question quite a few times already in the stream. But to give you a short answer, if you want to have a quick start and you are not annoyed if you are forced into a specific workflow, and you want to have a lot of user resources available and tutorials and things like that, and maybe even want to earn money with your game, a lot of it, then I would definitely choose Unity or Godot. And personally, for 2D stuff, I would choose Godot, because Unity is a little bit weird. What kind of things they did in the last year with their financial rules, let's call it like that. So that was a little bit weird. So I would definitely go there with Godot. But if you just want to learn something, if you have your own idea of how a workflow should look like and how you want to work, and you don't have an issue with starting from scratch, so there's a lot available in LibGDX, but you need to create your game or your framework the way you want to work then in the end, then I would choose LibGDX. For me personally, it's just some hobby project stuff, and usually I want to learn something. And learning things, I think it's way better using LibGDX. To give you one example, let me take a sip of my water. I had a colleague at work, he's no longer in my project, but he was a game developer and he used Godot quite a lot. And the games that he made, I would say they were almost on the same level than the games that I did. So when you look at it, as a player, you don't see a lot of difference. But for him, he was, of course, very fast. He was using Godot and making things happen there, like the physics body stuff and moving around. There's a lot of things built in, and it's just some clicky, bunty stuff editor where you just click around the different buttons, drag and drop stuffs, use sliders, and then things are simply happening at some point. He used that a lot, so he was faster with it. But what was then really weird for me, so I expected that he has then some basic knowledge about programming as well, because game development, in my opinion, has to do with programming. But there I found out that he really had almost no idea about programming. So he had to do some Java stuff then to help us in a project with some Java backend development. And there was really negatively surprised, let's say, how bad he was at coding and understanding the difference, for example, between an object instance and static variables and so on, because he simply did not really need to know about that. So in Godot, you have your editor, you just slap everything together and it simply works. You have some basic scripts with, I think, Godot script, but you can also use C# or other languages from what I know. But you don't get a lot of knowledge there or experience with programming yourself. So that is a little, in my opinion, a little bit of a downside of these editors. Slay the Spire was originally created in LibGDX. Yeah, I wanted to look up something there. So Super Meat Boy written in LibGDX. I think I had in mind that Super Meat Boy was written in LibGDX, but maybe that's wrong. Can games like blah 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 be created with Java? In Java, you can make every kind of game, from simple 2D platformer to complicated 3D strategy. Blah blah blah. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe Super Meat Boy uses Box 2D. Maybe that is the one that I had in mind and not LibGDX. We recently interviewed Tom blah 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 to go in depth on his engine work for Super Meat Boy and the upcoming Forever. We are building our own engine and found his advice invaluable. If you are building one, you might too. It is very interesting that he used Box 2D. Okay, so I had that wrong in my mind. So Super Meat Boy, I don't know if you know that game, but it's, in my opinion, a very cool platformer game. Very tough. I played through it once, at least the light world levels. Dark world I never finished. That was too tough for me. But the light world, I played through it, was quite fun. And the games or the controls, in my opinion, they are really awesome. So the way the game feels and how you control your character, that's really impressive. And that is written in Box 2D. So that would be for me an example where you can see that you can make actually quite impressive 2D platformers with Box 2D. And Slay the Spire, is this card game where you have a story and at the end you always get a card or something? Yeah, I know that one. So a friend of mine played that. I think he's using he is doing a let's play. I think it's not finished. From time to time, he just uploads some episodes there. And that one is written with LibGDX, really. probably wrong. It was released to the Xbox. Do you mean with Super Meat Boy I'm wrong? Then yes, I was wrong. It was Box2D, not LibGDX. Slay the Spire, LibGDX. Is that really true? Slay the Spire is made with LibGDX. I'm really glad to see a more complex game made with it. Usually you see a simple Android app written in libgdx. I was surprised when I saw that this game was made with libgdx, as I thought it would have been made with something like Unity instead. Relus, that's also a guy that I know looks impressive. I'm pretty sure they are using Spine for most of the animations. Still, they are very well done, both visually and technically. So maybe one thing that I also want to point out in here, when you see a game, when we talk about libgdx, then most people think of, there is no editor and it's very low level, and how could that ever look like a decent game? And here I think you need to distinguish. So the difference between the graphical representation of a game and what's happening in the background, that can be totally different. I think you could, since libgdx is basically, it's just OpenGL in the background, and in OpenGL, whatever graphics you feed to it, maybe 2D or 3D, if your models and graphics looks awesome, then your game looks awesome. And if your models and graphic looks like garbage, then the game will look like garbage. And it does not matter if you use the libgdx or Unity or Godot. If you have very poor assets, also your game in Unity or Godot or even Unreal Engine, your game will then also look poor. So don't get confused when you see a nice fancy game and you are then surprised what kind of thing they used in the background. With libgdx, again, as I mentioned, you have the freedom of almost everything and you can adapt your workflow to whatever you want. And I personally, I just like it better than those editor thingies. The editors for me, they are not a lot of fun. So when I need to just drag in graphics and play with some sliders and create, I don't know, how is it called in Godot? I think the sprite node, and then somehow combine it together with other boxes and user interface elements, and in the end it does something in my game. I just don't like that. I don't learn a lot from it, and it's not just what I want to do. I feel like building from scratch is best. I tried SDL with C++. I tried that one as well, SDL, at university with poor programming knowledge, and it went slow. Thanks for the reply. Do I have still a video on my channel? I think so. I should have. So the early game developments and also video recordings. So that's why the video is in very, very bad and poor quality. But I think I uploaded it under, don't I have like a garbage playlist? How did I call that? Here, Programmierzeugs in German. And that one here, let's make it big, that you see that. Wait, a little bit back. I think we see something. So I think that one was with either SDL or Dark SDK or whatever that one was called, but it's in C++. Back then with, what was it? Visual Studio? Was it called like that? Visual Studio? And there also, I want to mention that those graphics, they were stolen from RPG Maker or whatever that program was called. Because back then, maybe there were no sites where you could get assets, I'm not sure, but at least I didn't know about open game art and other things. And I simply took some sprite sheets, if I remember correctly, which were part of Game Developer. That one, of course, I'm not allowed to use them. Also, I would never be allowed to set that game online and things like that, just to point that out. But that was just some learning project for me, so doesn't really care. And what I did there, so you controlled this little mage. There were two spells below, a fireball and a lightning with some cooldown stuff. There was also mana and life points. And basically it was a very, if we are honest, that was most likely like the starting point of, how was that game called that was released 2 years ago? Vampire Survivors, I think, where mobs are spawning around you and are attacking you and you need to defend them. I think it's Vampire Survivors, right? I had this idea. When was that? 13 years ago. So I was the first one who had this Vampire Survivor idea. I should maybe make a lawsuit against that guy, sue him and get some money. Because you can obviously see Vampire Survivors was my idea. Yeah, but anyway, so there were simply just some waves. I think I added some boss fight in the end. Some additional enemies were coming at some points, which had more hit points and stuff like that. But that was the beginning in C++. And also, let me share that one with you. I hope I can share that. Of that one, I'm really proud. SFML. Is that another C++ library? And Irrlicht? That one was for 3D, I remember. SFML was maybe another one in C++, not sure. UML, I made UML diagrams back then. Oh my god. Why? But that one I'm really proud because it's a Windows console application. So the H here, the quality is super poor, but the H was actually the hero. Then there were some other letters, which were some NPCs of the village. I had this like a pop-up with some text, which was appearing letter by letter. I think it also had a combat system. Let me check. Also an inventory system. So there you saw all the stats that you could have. The equipment which was equipped, where you see now you have +2 additional damage. And there was some fighting stuff as well and some quests in it, if I remember correctly. And all of that in the Windows console. Here was some fighting. So with target selection, then in the middle some information, what happened in the fight and so on. The good old days. I loved it. So let me read the other comments. I emailed the creators. They created a port of this using Unity to make it more cross-platform. I thought that LibGDX can be deployed everywhere, but I also read that I think when you try to port it to Nintendo Switch, I think there is something available, but it's not so easy to port it to the console, if I'm not mistaken. I have been working for years on a 2D platformer using LibGDX. Would love your feedback. Just added you on Discord. Okay, I will go online on Discord later today, so then I will check it out. I think that H1 is Civilization 1. No, that was H for Hero. And also in red, that you can understand that. So let's go back to our platformer because we want to start with user interface a little bit today. I want to try out this editor. What we did now, we optimized the player shape a little bit. We added some classes and enumerations to tiled, added some additional code that we can parse that. And that is good. So let's commit that. We also had to fix some issues with chain collision. Chain. I think there was a little bit of a workaround that we can have a fixture definition with user data, which is also fine. Then here we reduced the music volume and the debug thingy. That one we don't need to commit, to be honest. What did we change in the main class? Here we also changed it to this fixture definition with user data. And we had the spawn system where we set the user data now. And that's it. Most likely, so those 3 lines here, it's always the same, or at least those 2 lines. So could be a separate method, but yeah, we keep it like that. It's just 2 areas. You don't need to go overboard with that. Let me tell you a story there as well in a moment. But first, let me commit this one here. What did we did? We add physics class and enumeration to tiled, including parsing in the game. That is what we did. Okay, so a little story about refactoring and extracting stuff if you use it at multiple locations. At work, I meet sometimes people which are really crazy about these things. And I'm honest with you, I also don't like it when you have like 3, 4, 5 different locations with the same 5 or 10 lines of code. At that point, yes, really extract those things. But sometimes if it's just two areas, then don't extract things. And there are really, at work, I have sometimes, in my opinion, I have to do with crazy people from time to time, or have to deal with them. They have coding standards which are like, let me create a Java class, so example. So very simple, we have it's not method in Java. We have a method 1, and there we have, for example, an object O, and there we have a setter, which is setting some string value, for example. And then another setter where we maybe set an integer value to it, 1, 2, 3. And then there is another method where we just do the same thing. And in my opinion, if you just have those 2 areas here, you can totally skip it. It's totally fine. You don't need to be crazy to extract everything to a separate method, because people then even go overboard, and sometimes even one-liners which have an if condition in it, they just extract it everywhere, and it's really hell to go through that code because it's not so easy to read. And in my opinion, 2 locations with just simple stuff like that, it's totally fine. You don't need to create here like a void set string and int, where you get in the object whatever that was, the string value, and then the int value. And then in here, you call those 2 setters here. And below, you would then have a call like this. So O, string, and number. So the refactored code would actually look like this. I think it's maybe the same length, even a line longer than that. And just, I tell you that don't go overboard with that stuff. The other thing that I see at work from time to time, we will soon continue with the development, but I want to rant a little bit because today I had to go through a pull request and review it, and what the fuck did I see? I did not say that. What the fridge? Let's be still polite here. Another thing that I often see is that people hate it when they use like magic numbers or magic values in the code. Like here, that could be some company internal stuff, and that one could be a specific number that you want to set there. And if it's just in that location, if you just use it once, you don't need to extract it to a constant, because normally you already see the property that you are setting, what kind of value you're going to set here. So if that one is called, for example, set gravity, and that is maybe set name, then I don't need to extract that as a, what is the hotkey even there? It's this one here. So I see people doing things like that, string name. And then at the class top, I have this one here. And then that one here would be another one where we have like int 42. I don't know what is the correct hotkey to initialize that here at the top. I see code like that, and then I'm always looking through the code, and normally this is not does not have a proper name. So I see, okay, it sets some value. Then I see here in the pop-up, okay, that is the value that is happening. And you have this one-to-one relations between just the normal value, which would be just here, and I can easily read it. But since there is now this constant, which sometimes has a very bad name, I don't see it immediately and I need to check something in another code area, which I don't think it's good. If you just have a specific value once there, then there is no need to extract it to a field in a Java class. In my opinion, that does not make sense. Of course, there are exceptions to the rules, so sometimes it might make sense, but don't do it everywhere. This is really total nonsense. And the last thing that I really hate a lot, and that is something that you, if you watch me, please take that away and never do that in your code. There are also sometimes methods in real productive environment where you have a method which takes an object, and then I see people coding something like this. So if object has value blah and object has another property, another value with a specific use case, then do something right below the first if. There is another if has no value xyz. And then the funny part is that then here you have a super long method chain. So there is a lot of business logic in it. So first of all, when I go to that method, I see I need to remember a lot of things. So I need to remember this condition here. So I need to remember object needs to have that property, that field needs to be set, then below here I need to check, okay, there is another condition. So I already need to keep certain things in my mind when I go below the method. And then I go through all that crazy logic that is here, and somewhere below that here, there is then maybe another logic. So if object has another value, then do something again, a super long method, and below there's another if, and so on and so on. So this is then really, really crazy to understand. So I'm up here, I already need to keep in mind all these conditions. Then I go through that logic, which takes sometimes quite a few minutes to understand everything. Then below there, I see somewhere, whoa, there is now another condition and something else can happen with the object. What is going on? It's really not easy to see. Also, you don't see it immediately because there is so many lines of codes in between those ifs. Please never do that. What is way better, I don't know how it's called. I think, is it called function guards or guard clauses or something like that? Basically, you just invert whatever the if is in here. So we will have then if not has value or not has another value, and then we return. Also, if you have two ifs like that below, they can always be merged. So whatever the third condition would be, or then you return. With that, you can immediately remove those ifs. The code that was before nested 2 levels inside gets now to the root level, let's say. So I can already, for the code below, that one here at the top, I can already forget, because if the object has a specific value or some criteria are not met, let's say it like that, then I simply can ignore whatever is happening below there. And if it's maybe a complicated business logic and this method one is called somewhere in between, and I know in the bug that I'm currently understanding, I know that this criteria is never met, I can then easily simply skip the entire rest of this method because I know it can never happen. So that one makes it a lot better already, in my opinion. You return immediately, and here you just know you have then the correct object in mind, and you are not somewhere in the third or fourth level of your nesting stuff. The second thing, and that is what I saw today. So this stuff here below, it was a little bit different. So the first condition was if O instance of object A, then do something. And below here, there was then if O instance of object B. That was the scenario that I had today. And first of all, I thought, okay, why is that an if and not an else if? So I needed to investigate the object and all its subclasses. And it was then pretty clear object A and object B are two completely different classes, so they inherit from the same parent class, let's say, but it is impossible that object is object A and B. So both code segments, so that one here, that it executes the first part, and the second part, that could never happen. So it's impossible. So that's why never use if in such cases, use if, else if, or even better, I think switch cases should be possible in Java nowadays as well. And the last thing, when you have some very, very long logic like that one here, don't put it inside one method. You just select all of it and make here method 1 object A, for example. And then we have here that one here. And then also here, all that huge piece of code would be separated to another method, method 1 object B. And below here, we would have then, of course, these special methods that we just extracted from above somewhere here. But that makes it a lot easier to read then, because from what I saw before, or what we see before, we had this condition, I had to scroll a lot, then somewhere below I had another condition and another method, and it was simply not very easy to understand what that method is doing. And if you follow that advice here with the extraction, also the guard clauses of the method, then it's usually very easy to see, okay, if object then do something, if object then do something, if certain criteria are met, then do nothing. I want to see that the first glance immediately, ideally, what is happening. So please take that away and take that with you. Those would be some real advices from my side. But anyway, enough ranting. Let's continue with user interface, because today there we want to do something new. And unfortunately, I did not have time to look at it beforehand. So what we need to do, there should be releases here, and there is a jar file, which I hopefully can execute. Let's see. I would need to choose Java, but where is Java? Is it... How do you find out where your Java is installed, to be honest? So here there is no Java stuff in program. In Programming 64, there is also no Java stuff. Then I could imagine that it's somewhere here. There is a JDK. I don't know. Let's choose 11. Bin, and there is Java. Does that work? Yeah, try. No, it didn't do anything. How can we start this little thingy here? Java-jar skin composer. Haha! Okay, so that's the easiest way to start it. So that, from what I read, Relus is the LibGDX goat. Zebra. Yeah, I know. I have his channel subscribed on YouTube, and I think he makes great videos, actually. Also, nice animations and graphics, and the way he represents things with some jokes in between. I like it. Okay, but we want to watch a video tutorial. No, we don't want to watch a tutorial. We want to try out this editor here. Hopefully it's self-explaining. First of all, let's create a new file, most likely. Okay, we did that already. Then, what is when we save the file? Aha, so it's a special format. Here we get... okay, so I understand. So on the left side, we have the different properties of the Scene2D class. So a button has an up graphic, a down graphic, a graphic when you hover over the mouse with it, when the button is focused, when it's disabled. Check, so it has a lot of different things actually. So these are the properties on the left side. A label just has a font, a color, and a background graphic. Okay. That makes sense. Here we have the preview. We could also create here different styles, which is also good. And some example stuff that we can do. Okay, so I think I understand this editor. What I am now interested in would be, I thought that it can somehow generate texture atlas, copy font files to destination, export with simple names, export colors. I thought that you can also create a scene in here. And then it creates the code for you to copy and paste it and adapt it, but you can then simply create a user interface directly. How does that work? So this is scene composer. What am I doing? Aha, so here is already the scene, right? Yeah, so let's add the table with, I don't know, 3 by 3. Then we can move the cell. Okay, so I need to practice that. So this is the first time for me using that editor. But I want to try it out because normally just creating an interface in the code is a little bit annoying. So that's why I want to try out this program. We will do that, but first of all, we need user interface graphics. So here, let me quickly look up the link that I have stored. So I stored this one. Why? Because here we have some user interface essentials, and which one do we want to use for our platformer? Maybe the paper. That could be the pop-up for the map where you are currently at. And I also wanted to have some hit points, but there we just need a hard graphic or something. So that could be very simple. Let's download this one and try it out. So download. Or maybe I already did that. Because last time we saw that I prepared an assets folder. Yes, so the GUI essentials I also downloaded already. So I would say there are a lot of graphics in it. So we start with something very, very simple. What is that? So that could be a background for a user interface. So let's keep that one. That could be interesting. Then maybe the checkbox and the cross mark. Not sure if we need it. Is there anything else? Then maybe the banner. I would say this one. And that gives her already some starting point. Then maybe UI, flat button, medium. Yeah, let's pick that one here as well. We can anyway replace the graphics later on. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's start with that one. So we will go to our raw assets, and here we will create a new folder, which we call user interface. And let's paste all these things inside here. And one more thing. I also had one more link in my pocket, which is this one. Can we use that one? The hit points could actually maybe be this one here. or the green version. I think we use that one here as well. So let's download it. The links, I will add it in a moment to the credits file as well. Which one do I need now? How was that one called? Basic pixel health bar and scroll bar. Pixel UI pack free. I don't know. Let's see if it's this one. Then dev assets, then here, then let's extract it. How can I? Oh, it's just those graphics, really. So we have here Pixel UI pack 3. And those are the graphics. Okay. We need, which one do we need? This one here. I need to start up GIMP here. Because I just want, or I just need one piece of these sliders here that I want to use for the health bar. So I thought for the health, let's say our character maybe starts with 3 hit points. Yeah, I'm thinking now we could have something like maybe by default he can have 2 hit points, but you can collect up to 4. But I think it doesn't really matter. Maybe we start with anyway with just 4 hit points. And when you get hit more than 4 times, then you are dead. So what we need is all of this stuff here. Can I select it like this? Yep. Then we... How did that work? I think it is like this. I'm not a GIMP expert. I basically hate this program, but there are no better alternatives which are free. So we have to pick it. But I can... How can I cut it down to the selection? There was a... Okay, this one here. So now we just have the health bars. And now I would say we also just select it like this and create always a new graphic for that. So create. Yes, so that's the first segment. Then we need another one, which is that one here. Okay. Then another one, which is this one here. Okay. And the last one, which is... No, it's not the last one. This one. And over here, that's the last one. Okay. Okay, so we have the bar with all the hit points, so 4 hit points in total. Then the bar with 3 hit points. Then the bar with 2 hit points. The bar with 1 hit point. And last one, the empty bar, which means we are dead. Okay, so let's also save those. We are in... Where are we? Here, then projects, then jumper, raw assets, user interface. And that one we can call health full. Then we have helpful is a bad name, because also when we need to replace those graphics basically dynamically in the game, so it's better to give some numbers at the end, and the number is the hit point of the player, so we can then just have health underscore and then the hit point number of the player to get the correct graphic. So let's call that health 3. Then the next one health 2. Health 2. Health 1, health 0, and the first one we will rename to health 4. One is health 1 and health 0. Good, so I think we have a couple of things where we can play around with. So that one we will call banner. That one is a button. That one here is a check mark. That one here is a cross. And the last one is a frame. Okay, then let's start up this application again, this skin composer. And how does this now work? So I want to create a button, and it has an up graphic, which is select a drawable, which is an image file from here. And it is the button. Yeah, now what do I do with that? Aha, okay. Then the down button would be the same graphic. Okay. Can I... Yeah, so this is what I thought. I think... cool. That also has an editor like this. So this is not a 9-batch graphic. So basically everything gets scaled currently, but we will improve that later on and make this graphic here a 9-batch, which means that just the borders get actually moved around. So they are not scaled, and only the center graphic of the button gets scaled, which does not matter at all, because it's just 2 colors, and that gets rid of these, not so sharp edges here. So that one here gets pixelated if it's too big, but we can fix that later on. Anyway, that would be a button. Then I want to have a table. It does not seem like there is a table. Then maybe a checkbox. Yeah, maybe one more thing. Can I change the state? So if something gets pressed, I would like to change the color. But it seems like I cannot do that, right? Maybe that's not so easy. What? Disabled on off? Okay. Then if it's default and I click it, then I saw that there I can have a pressed offset. Let's say, for example, here 20. I don't see that that is doing anything. Not sure. Okay, but that's this part here. What would be more interesting for me would be the scene composer. Create a new image. Is a solution, of course, that we change the image directly, but a very simple effect would be that just by code I change the color. But yeah, create a new image, that would also, of course, work. Let's try to create now a scene. So a scene is always a table usually. And I'm thinking now, so we have the player, or not the player HUD, let's call it the game HUD, which has maybe the hit points at the bottom left, then the map pop up at the top center, maybe some text in the middle if we would have some NPCs, but we skipped that for now. So let's say we need a table which is 2 by 2. No, I just need one. I need it like this. So that would be the bottom and that would be the top. Very simple in the app. It will use same image but add tint. Yeah, that would be my idea, to just add some tinting, that I don't need to create a separate graphic. That would be the idea. Let's make that big. So what I want now, so I have a, let's imagine that would be my view. Yeah. And at the bottom, I want to have the player hit points. So what I need would be, I need a cell. Create a new cell to the left of the current one. Ah, okay. So this is hopefully already a cell, right? Yes, this is the cell 01. And that one I want to expand, I guess, on the x-axis. Actually, I want everything. I want expand x, y, and I also want to fill it. No, I don't want to fill it, but also like this. So expand. Coming back to my table, also at the top, here I also want to expand. So now the table is across the entire screen, or viewport in our case, which is what I want. And in here, I want to add now a widget. Yes, a widget. And the widget would be just an image in our case. So that would be the health points from our player. The widget, I want to have it somewhere. Why is it so weird? Scaling. None. I would say no scaling, most likely. Then it's visible. What did sets whether this widget can be clicked on? Oh no. And then it's invisible. No, it's visible. Touchable is false. I think there the tooltip is wrong. Sets whether this widget can be clicked on. Sets whether this widget can be clicked on. I think this pop-up information here is wrong. Then we have a drawable. There we add now some images. Can I actually select more than one? It seems like it. And we will start with the full health. Yes. Okay. And sets the name of the widget to allow for convenient searching via group. We don't need to search. Okay, but if we can, then let's do it. Let's call that health bar. Or let's call that player life. Okay, so now we see that this would be here, but I want to have it on the left side. Also bottom left, yes. And most likely I want to have some padding. So on the left side, let's go in here by 4 pixels and bottom also 4 pixels. I think that looks good. Then coming back to the top, there we also want to add the widget, which is again, in that case, it's not just an image, it would be a label most likely. Label or text button? Was it text button? I think the text button automatically centers the text, if I'm not mistaken, which is better for what we want to do with our map pop-up. So let's try text button. We don't have a font yet. I forgot about the fonts. Is there free fonts? And I don't know, what do we want? We want something bitmap pixel. Karma future, no. This one looks good. Star map iconic font. Okay, that a little bit too much pixelated for my taste. Minecraft pixel. That one looks okay. Old game fatty. Maybe old game fatty. Free for personal use. Ah, wait. There is a, I hope, a license filter. Is there? License type. Free. Update. And the type, the text that we want to see. Since I usually always want to support German, I want to see if the special letters of the German language work. Maybe also the letters and so on. So let's see what kind of fonts support the German letters. So here you would see, for example, it's simply not showing anything. Here it would be some error character, which means if we have German translation, those fonts don't work. That one here would work. Seems like everything can be drawn. This one here as well, but the dot and the exclamation mark look a little bit weird to me. Let's change the size, maybe too small. Maybe it's just too big for that font. Ah, yes. Okay. Which one do we like? Which one do we want to use? Again, it's something that we could change later on. I somehow tend to use that one here. Let's see if we find a better one. Let's go another page. Maybe 2 or 3 more pages. This one is also nice. Masaki, I like it. No. And the last one, and then I just pick one from the previous pages. Nah. I think we will go with Masaki. Why don't I see here a dot? Doesn't matter. Most likely it works. Masaki. So let's go with this one. And oh, that's also not so easy. Yeah, it's just a normal font. So let me explain to you my dilemma. Free type font. In LibGDX, you can have 2 ways to use fonts in your game. One would be a simple bitmap that can be created with a program called Hiero, which basically just, as the name bitmap font suggests, it just creates a graphic out of it, a bitmap usually, which is a PNG file, for example. And in that graphic, you have the different letters and symbols, and then a separate FNT file, the font file, which then has the information like the letter A is located at position 00 and has this width and height. Very simple. It's a little bit more. There's some glyph information where I'm not an expert with, but basically in this graphic, the font file tells you where you can find the different letters. And when you want to render then a text, it looks up the different locations of the letters and renders the text to the screen. So very simple to use, but we would need a separate program here again to download it, this Hierro stuff. Another approach would be the free type font, or true type font, I think it's called, which is what we have here in the zip file. So there is a font file which you could install to your operating system. And in LibGDX, there is some loaders. So like we have the assets loader for texture atlas and sounds and everything. There's also a way to load true type fonts. But there was a downside to true type fonts. I try to remember which one. I cannot remember it. I think... Can I remember it? I don't know. I think it's more complicated to load, but since I cannot remember what the problem was last time when I used true type fonts, for whatever reason, I switched back to Hierro after some projects and created the bitmap fonts instead of the true type font stuff. But I cannot remember anymore why. So that's why we will just try the true type font and maybe it's just working out and it's great. So font name. The name used in skin.json. Default font. Open preview folder, blah, blah, blah. Background color? No. Use custom serializer and integrate free type in skin.json? What? Is free type font something else? Is it? It seems like this is something that I don't want. Create FNT, open FNT, create from image. Free type font. Let's try it again. Free type font. What is that? Font path. Is it that one? So if I choose now this file, the character the font should contain. Default color would be black. Yeah. Does this look like our font? It looks like our font, right? So seems like it would now somehow load this file and use it somehow. Not 100% sure how it does that. But it seems like it does it. So that would be the result that we want. What is if I click now generate font? Hey, it looks like you're trying to use a free type font. Free type requires the import of the Stripe library to be loaded directly from a skin. What? Show me how. Using a custom, it may be more appropriate to design your free type font in Skin Composer so it will appear exactly as you specified in the editor. Yes, that sounds like we want to have that. LibGDX does not have this functionality built in, so we will have to implement a custom serializer to load the font. Okay, go to project, click on free type font, blah, 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 copy free type font skin to clipboard. The sample code recognizes free type fonts specified in skin files as they are formatted in Skin Composer and builds them on the fly. The sample code is repeated here to clarity. So skin is new free type skin and the path to my JSON file. Okay, you will notice that this code will not function until you implement the Stripe widget project. Please follow the instructions in the README to add it to your build Gradle. I guess it's just some dependency. I don't care. If you use an asset manager to load your skin, you will have to take a different tag. If you click copy free type skin loader code to clipboard, you will have the following to paste into your project. So we have an asset manager. We set a loader, which is this free type skin loader. And then we can simply load it. So it seems to be very simple. We just need to set the specific loader. After your asset manager is done loading, you can access the skin like normal. Okay, that sounds actually pretty easy. We will try that and learn something new. Stripe widgets. Stars and stripes. So from Jitback.io, we just add stripe. Seems to be from Relus himself. And that's already it. Yes, so that looks very simple. So let's try that out. So we have a default font. Yes, we have that one. We stopped with the text button, right? And the text button should have... we could override here the font color, but for that, I guess... Let me quickly check something. If I would add here the color red and call it red, it will not render red because our font had black, which means no color. We needed the font in a white color, I would assume, to make it red. Can I go back and modify that one? So here I want to choose another color, which is white. Yes, that looks now better. Then generate font. And now it can be red. Yes, perfect. So we could override that with any color that we want, but for now we go with black. And the last thing that we need is a background graphic. So here I would say, is it the up graphic, down graphic? Maybe the up graphic or disabled graphic even. Let's try up. And for up we have image file, which is our banner. Yeah. Okay, looks a little bit like shit. But hopefully we can adjust that. Can we adjust it? And if so, how? The text is way too long. It will be for us, it will be like a tutorial. This is what we want to have. And for that one, the graphic would need to be way bigger. Why is it so small? Can I change that? No. Pressed offsets. Is that influencing anything at all? No. So the offset has no impact, it seems like. Unpressed offset? Okay, that would be the offset of the text, which is fine. I actually want to have some padding, but maybe that's... let me think. Maybe that's happening then in the scene directly. So let's, for a moment, imagine that all of that here is correct. And we want to go back now to our scene composer. Is that open somewhere? No, it's always overriding something. I hope that our scene is still there. Okay, good. What we want is this one here at the top. There we wanted to add a widget, which was a text button. There's this little text button. We want to disable it. We want to make it that it's not touchable. We want to add the padding maybe? I don't know. Let me see. So here we want to fill X. No, that's too much. Fill Y. That's also too much. We want to make it a little bit bigger actually. So what can we do? Minimum, maximum, preferred. So minimum, let's say for example 150. Height 90. I don't know. There we would need to try out the real values. But actually, can I somehow just say it should be a third of something? Not sure. I'm not sure. I think we need a fixed size here. So it would be 100 by 100. No, 50. It does not look good, right? Let's try it like this. So 150 by something. Okay. And I want to have that one here at the top. And I want to have some padding again from the top. Let's say 10. It's a little bit weird. What is the dimension of this scene? Where do I see that? What is the dimension of it? Find by name, clear, undo. I'm missing that information a little bit because we will have a viewport for the user interface with a fixed size. And how do I know what kind of size this view has here? That's a little bit weird to me. Anyway, is it maybe settings? No. Anyway, this would be the raw or a very quick and dirt draft of the user interface that we want to have. And now, what can I do with that? So now I want to say, maybe save it as a file and call this here scene manager. Yeah. That just saves the file itself. What if I want to export it? A JSON file compatible with Scene Composer Stage Builder. A minimal version to be pasted in your existing code. A file to be added directly into your project. Okay, let's try copy to clipboard. What did it now create? Stage equals new stage, skin, the skin JSON, input processor, table, then the text button with something. I zoom in a little bit. Can I do that? Yes, I can a little bit. But I don't know how to zoom out. There are, maybe I don't have the extensions installed yet. Let me check IntelliJ hotkeys. I think it's this one. I have it available. Then what else do I need in this editor? Scroll. Or zoom with mouse wheel, something like this. Zoom when using mouse wheel and holding control. Yes, this one here. Okay. Now I should be able to do that. Okay, that's good. Also, what I found out today, fleet theme. Which is funny. VS Code has a fleet theme available, but IntelliJ doesn't, which is quite funny. Fleet is this special editor from JetBrains. Anyway, so we would get here the text button, okay, and we would get here the table row with all that we need. So, this one here, in my opinion, does not really help me because we are writing Kotlin code and I want to write the user interface with the Scene2D DSL of LibGDX. So that's a starting point, yes, but not really that useful to me. What would be more useful, I hope, would be the JSON file. Not sure. I want to have the let's check that here. Is that the skin JSON file or what is that actually? So let's open the skin file. Children, class, table, cells, something. No, that's also not the skin file. So this seems to be something most likely unique to that program. Not sure. How do I go back to the skin that we had before? I don't see that. Export a file to be, yeah, this is all related to the scene, but what if I don't care about the scene anymore? How do I go back to my skin? The user interface definitely can be improved. Is it just quit? Okay, so that was quit. Now here, export, generate texture atlas, copy font files, copy something, export with simple name, export colors, minimal. Let's try this one, skin2.json. Warnings, did not export, no valid styles. Yeah, okay, so we did not create a style for everything, but that's totally fine. What is now? So we have a graphic already, where I'm already wondering, did he use padding here or what kind of values does it use for packing the images together? And here, yeah, so this is a skin file. So here we have the color class and what kind of properties it has. Then we have the free type font generator. Okay. Then we have the button style. We have the text button style. Yeah, that would be useful. So that would be the skin. So we don't need to programmatically create the skin. I think that would be already a benefit. It's also nice in LibGDX with the DSL, but if we can get that automatically like this and also have an editor to use that, that is actually really something useful. But I'm still wondering, so generate texture atlas. What kind of information does it use for the texture atlas? That one I don't get. Project settings. Open preferences, open project import, open texture packer settings file for export. Yes. Do you want to allow? Yes, remember my decision. Okay. Aha, so here we have now this information. Skin composer, texture. Okay, so here is the information that we want. So we would like to have a padding. I normally like to have 4. Power of 2 is okay. Bleeding, yes. Edge padding, duplicate padding, rotation, no. All of that is good. Linear filtering, yeah, okay. JPEG quality, ignore blank images, yes. Combine subdirectories, not sure. Silent, free, Okay, yeah, that looks good. So we can... Hey, I just want to override it. I cannot do that. Does it... Wait, does it try to save this one and this one is now saved? I guess this one is now saved. Okay, it's just a little bit weird for me. Okay, so that one we were able to do. Open project, open texture backer settings. No, open texture backer settings file for preview. Not sure what that is. No. Maximum number of undos, blah, blah, blah. Check for updates. Okay. Then refresh Atlas. Aha. Okay. Then here we can get access to colors, fonts, and drawables, which is like the basic objects that you need for Scene 2D. And do I need to save this one again? No, that should be part of the Scene Manager as CMP stuff. Okay. And we exported now everything to a specific file. Okay. So how should that work? So if I understand it correctly, let me close some of these folders now. If I understand that correctly, so skin is a useless file. That one we don't need. Skin 2 we need. So we move that to our assets folder. There we have we have a graphics folder already. We don't put it in here. I want to have that group together in a folder called user interface. Put everything in here. There we have the graphic for the Atlas, which I might need to export again because I forgot that actually with the updated settings. So let me do it once more. Export assets, UI, and we just call it skin. Like this. Export with simple names. Export colors as hexadecimal. Yes, might also be easier. And let's go. Okay. Good. And let's save that once more as well. Okay, so what we now have is, first of all, skin 2 can be removed. Yes. We have the graphic, which is already the texture atlas. So that is quite useful that it does that automatically. We have the padding as well. That's why it looks a little bit weird because it duplicates the edge pixels and so on, but that's totally fine. Then we have the atlas file for the graphic, which is also good. And we have the skin file to load our skin. Yes. And we have this true type font file. Let's see. Okay, that seems to be some binary format. It's nothing that can be read, but that should also work. So one thing that I'm wondering. Characters. Yeah, it has here a lot of characters also. Does it have the German characters as well? I don't see it, but that can be fixed. So in the program, I saw that I can set the characters that it should create. Most likely that's too much, but there would be something available. I would say let's try to load this bad boy now into our game. So for user interface, we will create a new package. And there, let's start with a file. Not sure if we need that. Let's start first of all with the assets. So what we need is a skin asset, which has a path as always. And that would be, so let's call that default skin. And the path to that one is actually user interface and skin.json, I would assume, because the JSON file contains the information and the links to the rest of it. At least this is what I hope. Okay, then also in our asset manager, here we would need to set the specific loader, which was for the skin class. We want to load it with, what did the documentation say? What does the doc say? Fox say free type skin loader. And I think that one we currently don't have, right? Free type skin loader. No, we don't have that. Because for that, we would need this little library here, which was called stars and stripes. So we need that one here. The question is this version up to date in this documentation? What is his name? His name is, oh, let's go here, Stripe. Stripe has version 142, but the documentation mentions 145. Okay, that's interesting. And also Jitback.io, we need to add that. Okay, let's try that out. Let's give this scene manager a try. At the end of this project, I will make a summary if I think it's good or not. But for this project, let's use it. So we have the repositories. Is that the only location where we have repositories? No. It's in the sub-projects repositories again. I would assume we are actually in a sub-project because we are in the core project. And Jitback.io, we already have that. We have that. Okay, so we don't need to add it here. That's the link where Gradle will look up where it can find dependencies. And the other thing is here, and implementation will be replaced by API. And that one we will also extract to a so-called Stripe version. Then this one we will also replace with the double colons. And Stripe version is part of Gradle properties. So here we have a Stripe version, which is 145. And when we refresh Gradle now, Kotlin versus C#. I think it's better to compare C# with Java. Okay, so we have build success. That means back here, we should now have a free type. We still don't have free type something. Why not? Stripe 145. Let's quickly check. Do we have that? Core dependencies, compile class path. How was it called? I think we don't have it. Right? It was called com.github something. No, we have it here. Okay. But we don't have this free type class. Why, my friends? Why? Let's read the documentation again. The sample code recognises free type fonts specified in skin files as they are formatted in Skin Composer. Yeah? The sample code is repeated here for clarity. We have asset manager, so we need the free type skin loader. But I don't have that available. Free type skin loader. How much is your monthly earnings? Do you mean my salary? At my job in Austria? If you use an asset manager, you will have to take a different tag. If you click copy code to clipboard, you will have the following paste. After your asset manager is done loading, you can access the skin like normal. That did not work. Didn't it mention somewhere that we need to do something? You will notice that this code will not function until you implement the Stripe widgets project. Please follow the instructions in the README to add it to your build Gradle. Okay, once more. Stripe is a companion to Skin Composer, the renowned UI skin editor and visual layout utility. This library provides new scene widgets, the capability of loading free type fonts, and the Scene Composer stage builder. How to include Stripe widgets in your project. Typical of most LibGDX projects, Stripe requires the Gradle setup to be included your project as a type or included in your project. Core dependency, add the following to your root build Gradle file. We have that one. Add the dependency to your core project. We have that one as well. HTML5 dependency, add the dependency to your HTML project. We don't have that. How to include pop color in your project. We don't care. HTML5 dependency, how to include free type skin in your project. Aha, maybe that is what we need. I would assume. Because we have something with free type skin, so I think we are basically just missing this dependency here, and we will also replace that by Stripe version because I assume Stripe and free type go hand in hand and it should always be the same version. And now we have the free type skin loader. Perfect. I disturbed you with such questions and I'm very indecisive in the software. Of course not what is done for money. Sorry, I don't get that. If you want to know my salary, so I don't make a big secret about that. I'm currently earning 5,100 euros per month, around about that one. In Austria, we get paid 14 times. That would be a total of 71,400 per year. Granted, I changed my job 2 years ago. If I wouldn't have changed my job, I would earn actually a little bit more because at my old company, I earned about that one here. So it's a little bit more per year, but I hated the job so much that I needed to leave and I'm very happy that I did. And also one important thing is, so I don't get 5,100 euros at the end of the month to my bank account. It's actually way less because in Austria you pay a lot of taxes every month, so that the country and everything has money for all the stupid things that they want to do, like help every other country in the world, send weapons to Ukraine, I don't know, do stupid stuff all the time, and they waste a lot of money. And in the end, what I get per month is about, I would need to check my bank account, but I think it's about 3,200 euros that I get on my bank account at the end of the month. Maybe it's a little bit more, cannot remember, but something about 3,000, little bit over it. That is what I get, but I hope I know it gets a little bit higher this year because of the inflation adjustment. But for me, it's more than enough money for me and my family. And that is the important stuff. Okay, coming back to the documentation. So we have now this stuff here. We have this skin loader, and there we should also pass the file handle resolver of the asset manager. Okay. It's actually then this punkt file handle resolver. Okay. Maybe we should pass that here as well. Just to be on the safe side so that they are using the same file handle resolver. And finally, we should be able to load the JSON file with the skin class. Okay. So did we use that here somewhere? No, not yet. So we have then here our skin assets, and for all of them, we will load the skin with the path to the skin, which in our case would be user interface skin.json. Everything is then finished loading, and that would mean that we can access the skin. Yeah. Let's see. So loading screen. Let's make a breakpoint after here. So here we should have loaded all our assets, and that currently does not work because what does it say? Error reading file skin JSON. Yeah, why? Blah, blah, blah. Couldn't load shared library GDX free type. Blah, blah, blah for target. Maybe we need the free type extension in order for it to work. Okay, that would make sense. So let's check libgdx free type. I think it's also just some dependencies most likely that we need to include, and then it should hopefully work. Is there... If you want to draw text in your game, usually use a bitmap font. However, there is a downside. Bitmap fonts rely on an image, so you have to scale them if you want a different size, which may look ugly. So this downside, in my opinion, in my games, it was never a downside because we have a fixed size for the user interface viewport. And that's why I just need one size of the font, or I don't know if I want to have 2 or 3 different sizes, I just create them and that's it. I don't need to scale those fonts at all. So this downside, at least for me, it was never a downside. Anyway, you could just save a bitmap font of the biggest size needed in your game then, and you never have to scale up, just down. Well, that's true, but downscaling by large amounts can either... Yeah, okay, it's also bad, we know. A bitmap font can also take up more storage space. The solution to your problem is GDX free type extension. Generate a bitmap font out of your desired size on the fly. User might put their own fonts into your game. Great stuff. Details. Since this is an extension, it is not included in your libgdx project by default. How you add the extension differs based on the setup of your project. For new projects, simply select the free type option under the extensions. We don't have that. To add to an existing Gradle project, see dependency management. Core dependency. There we need this one here. Okay. Another dependency here. So GDX version. Yes, we have that available. Then desktop dependency. There also need to be the native stuff that it can do proper things. I could imagine that this might be a problem with the TVM backend in the end. Maybe that's then not working with true type fonts. I'm not sure. But anyway, we will go down that route now. We don't verify it if it's a problem with TVM. If it is, then we just exclude that platform target, and that's it. We don't need to run it in the browser. It would be a bonus, but it's not necessary. Okay, what is that? No, that is something with the controllers. It seems like that's it. So again, once more, refresh the dependencies. Did it work? It seems like. And let's try it now. And now it loaded everything. So dependencies are correct. And we should have now... we don't have the getter for that one yet. So I cannot access here the default skin. But it loaded it. So I assume that it's simply available. Let's see. We have an object map here of... What is that? Skin.json, skin.atlas. So the texture atlas is loaded. The skin is loaded. And that's the important piece of information. Yes. Cool stuff. Okay, so the base setup is done. What we need is one more thing. We need here a getter function for our skin asset, where we return a skin. And from our asset manager, we get the asset.path, and that should be it. That's good, because that is actually really good now. So we can use now this editor here, so the scene manager, to create our skin, also have some preview, how things look like, and so on and so forth. So I think that's an improvement to my previous approaches that I normally took there. But now to get things going, we need a user interface viewport and use this skin to draw something to our, I would say, game screen actually. So we have our game screen class, and we have here a game viewport, and we need an additional one, which is our user interface viewport, which is also a viewport. And there we use, I would say, also a fit viewport. And here it's, of course, a little bit bigger. The question is now, how big should it be? Let's go to our raw assets, user interface. And how big is this health graphic, for example? Can I see that? So it's 42. Let me think that through. So 42. And that should be maybe 2, 3, 4, maybe 6 times in the width. That's maybe even too small. So let's make it just 300 something, I would say. So 16 by 20 is 320. And 9 by 20 is 180. So 320 by 180. Yeah. As a Ukrainian, I'm very grateful to your country and other countries that help us. We really need it. Just look at what the Russians did the night before, and today will probably be the same. I apologize for the topic that is unpleasant to raise. Yeah, I don't want to go into the details. I personally think, or at least this is what the media told me, not sure if it's correct. I did not read up a lot of it. Of course, I think it was wrong that they attacked you guys there. Obviously, there were some conflicts before, because I cannot imagine that a country just out of nowhere tries to attack another country, or whatever the Russians called that. It's very weird. So there, of course, I understand that you guys should be supported. But my personal opinion is that now this war is going on for 2 years, I think. And at least I don't see that there is any talking about how you call that, a truce? No, it's not truce. So that you stop fighting and just talk how to solve that and stop people from dying every day on both sides, so Ukrainian side and Russian side. There should be some way to somehow stop that war. That is my personal opinion. After almost 2 years now, I don't know how many thousands of people died there. But yeah, I think we should not talk about that most likely on stream. So whatever comment comes after that, I will simply ignore it. Sorry for that. But just that you get a little bit my personal opinion here. Anyway, we have the user interface viewport here that we want to add here as well to our entity world, because now in our render system, we actually want to get the user interface viewport. And the viewport gets, what did I do? That is something wrong. Viewport. And the viewport itself gets rendered after here. So here is the game rendering, let's call it like that. Game rendering. And below we have the UI rendering. And here we need to apply the user interface viewport. And finally, we need to update here the scene2D stage that we did not create yet. So also back in our game screen, maybe below the UI viewport here, we have the UI scene, or just scene, I think it's called, which is... it is called a stage, not a scene. It's a stage, which is a scene2D stage, and that one takes a viewport, which is the user interface viewport, and also the patch that we created. Otherwise, if we don't pass the patch, then internally it will create a new sprite patch, and that is not what we want. We want to reuse the same. So we also need to add the stage as an injectable. And what I forgot, there should be a resize method. And when we resize, then of course we also need to update the UI viewport. And finally, there is a dispose function. And in here, we dispose also the stage. Okay, then coming back to our render system, we also need to get a stage, which we inject. And now, below here, we can now call the update and render, or how is that called? I always forget the name. So one of them is draw, but it's not only draw. Isn't there also an update or step? Act, it's called act. Act and draw. No, there is no act and draw. Then let's act and let's also draw. Right? So act is updating all the actors. So if we would have some animations, movement and things like that, that would all happen here in the act method. And draw is then actually drawing our user interface in the end. So all the widgets and stuff that we are adding to it, which is good. So internally, this is also doing in camera updates, and then it makes the batch begin and the draw stuff. Okay, so that is good enough. Yeah, so what we need now is a game UI. Normally, I create here a separate class or file. I think it's just a file, but let me check that, because it's a little bit, not so intuitive, I would say, with the LibGDX extensions in combination especially. So what we can do, just that you know it, set up UI. So there is an actor or an add actor function on the stage, which is the normal one from LibGDX, but there's also an actors extension from LibGDX, and that one does something special. It has then some, in my opinion, a nicer Kotlin syntax, but you need to be careful the way you define your stuff here. And if you do it wrong, then you either don't see anything or things are getting rendered incorrectly. I think you don't see anything. And here I just take the example of the last recent game that I have developed. And here I should also have a game screen. It's always nice that I structure the projects almost the same, so I can always find things very easily. And here we use the actors extension, and then it seems like a method that was called game view. I used here this model view model, this design pattern, which is also fine. But what exactly is a game view? It's this one. So we copy the entire stuff here. That's our starting point. Then let's call that really the game view. Okay. And the class itself is empty. Yes. Okay. All of that gets removed. We don't have those special widgets. And what we want to have now, so we have a game view extension function. That one takes the game model, which is then interacting with our game. So that model, for example, contains the information of the player hit points and when they change and so on. So that one we create in a moment. Then we have the Scene2D default skin, which we currently did not set. So we need to do that in where actually? So I would say here. So here we have the and that is equal to asset skin asset default. So that is our default skin so that we can use it everywhere very easily. So that should work. And then, of course, some modification code for our game view if we want to adjust it. And finally, we have a game view which takes the model and the skin. And it is a table from Scene2D. Okay, then let's create a class that we call game model. So now we don't have any compile errors anymore. And finally, back in our game screen, we could add here the game view where we pass in the game model. And the skin is the default skin. We don't need to fill out anything in here at all. The game model. Let me think. Also, when we hide this screen, most likely we want to remove. Is it that one? Removes this actor from its parent if it... No, I think it's maybe clear children or clear actor. Is it also a clear function? What is clear doing? Removes the roots, children, actions, and listeners. Yeah, so here we clear the UI or clear UI stage. Here we update it or set it up correctly. And when we go away from that screen, we most likely want to clear everything and add it from scratch one more time when show is called. Because otherwise, if we don't clean that up, the second time we call show, we would actually add then 2 game views here, which is of course not what we want. Good. For today, we want simple things. We want, first of all, a game model, and that one for sure requires access to our world, because in here we need the player entities, which is a family which is contains all entities which are marked as a player. And from those we get the hit points so that we can adjust this life bar that we want to create. The second thing is that we want to have a short pop-up when we enter a specific map. So our game model also needs to be an game event listener that we can register. Game event dispatcher, register this one here. I'm just thinking, so we would register here a game model, but actually we never unregister the game model. So that is not a good approach. In that case, I will go back to the game screen, and we need to store the game model here actually separately. So here we have the game model, which is a game model which takes our world. So maybe below here. Okay, and we have here our game model. And we need to register the game model here as an event listener, which we actually need to do here at the beginning, because here we are already firing an event and the game model should react to it. Also down there, game event dispatcher, unregister the game model. So that's I would say the correct way to do it. So now we can implement a method and would then do something fancy to our user interface to have a pop-up of the map name. Also, let's quickly fix that. Our map currently I think that's our map, right? Yes, it has no name, it seems like. So it can have a class. It has a music asset, but it does not have a name. So let's add another property here, which we call name. And that one we also call tutorial, for example. Because that is then the one that we read out, and then we add it to this pop-up at the center that the player knows which map he currently entered. Okay, one more thing that we need to copy-paste is the property change source. That's an impressive piece of functionality that you always want to have. Property change source. Ta-da! Okay, to explain it a little bit, I read a little bit about the topic once in Kotlin, how you can actually react. So when a property gets an updated value, and then I want to react to when this property has changed. And this is like, for example, when we have this by lazy is maybe a bad example, but in Kotlin you can have a class that extends an interface like this, and then you can write something by blah blah blah. I think the syntax is like that, and this blah 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 here has then the functionality that whatever that interface is doing, there will be then some basic implementation in here. And we will have the same thing. And in Kotlin, there is some property notification stuff built in where you need to, or where you can override two methods which must have exactly that format here, if I remember correctly. So a get value and a set value. And then you can pass in here custom logic. And the custom logic that I added here to so-called property change source is that any class can register to a class and listen to modifications of a specific property. We will see that a moment in action, and it might make more sense to you. And then it executes some code pieces, so a list of actions that could happen when that property changes. And basically then, when a property gets changed, where is it? Down here. Then we call the notify method. And the notify method is then looking at this map. So for the property that I have, are there any listeners or are any actions that should be executed? And if yes, then simply call it. So this is what that class here is doing. And I will just reuse it from another project because I would never remember in my life the correct syntax and how to implement it. I would need to look up the Kotlin documentation again. And I don't need to do that because we have that available. But with that in mind, we can now do certain things. Let me also quickly check here the syntax. So now I think we need to write it like this exactly. So we can have now a variable that we can call player live. And now we have this by keyword that I mentioned, and we have this custom method, which is called property notify, which is creating an instance of that specific class here. And this one takes a value, which in our case would be player live. Initially, it would be 4, but we can actually, can we do it better? Not sure. I think maybe we need to also store this one here. Or we will initialize it then. Let's initialize it here with 0, for example. And what is the problem? I think I need to write it like this. No. What is the problem? I'm an idiot. This one needs to be a property change source. Yes. Because actually I'm not sure why that fixes that, but it fixes it. Whatever. Kotlin magic. So anyway, we have here the player live, and we would also have the map name, which per default is an empty string. And now what we can do here, if event or when event is map change event, then I think it's just setting the name. So we would have then from event, tiled map, property, and we called it map name in tiled, if I remember correctly. No, just name. So name. And if it's missing, it would be miss map name, so that we have some weird text then at least in the user interface so that we know that something is wrong. Okay, I think it should be like this. It's just an assignment, right? Nothing else needs to be done. Let's quickly check. So if I have here enemy type, and then I just set the enemy type. Yes, and then there is this Kotlin magic going on that because this is a property notification, when we set the value, we jump into this method here, which basically means the backing field of our property gets the value set. And after that, it calls this notify function, which, as mentioned before, is executing then this custom logic. And to bring that now together, let's start with that event, because that one we have available and we can test it. So that's the simplest one. So now that we have that available, we can go to our game view. there again we need to get the, or do I still have that in Visual Studio Code? So this starting codes, I think I removed everything. I hate myself a little bit sometimes. I want to get the code again for our scene that we created before. So what I need to do, I need to open Scene Composer, and there I did export, I think, and copy to clipboard. Okay, that's the starting point of our thing that we want to have. So a stage, we don't need that because the way we set it up with LibGDX, our game view here will automatically be added to the stage. So that is not necessary. The skin is not necessary. No. Input processor, that's a good one. We actually forgot about that one. So game screen. We have add processor keyboard, and we also need to add the stage. Is that actually a variable argument? No, so we can just add a single one, but that also means here we need to remove it. Is that, by the way, maybe a clear? What is clear doing? Processors clear. Okay, that's an easier one because otherwise anytime we would add an additional input processor, we would need to add it up here and down there. So here we will use the clear method, and up here we will use the add processor methods. Is there another one? Add processors? No, it's really just this one where we add the stage. I'm not even sure if we would need that, because I think this is only important if you want to have, when the player is touching your screen, that the widgets are reacting to it, and we don't have that. But I don't know, maybe later on we add something that could be touched. Maybe a text area where you can scroll up and down, and then we have it available, and don't forget about it. Okay. Nevdatni, because your property notified delegate, that was how it's called. Yes, Kotlin delegation, correct. Because your property notified delegate is read-write property. You mean this one? This is a read-write property. Okay. So it could be used only in the context of property change source. What? What is a property read-write? What? No, read-write property. You need to explain that, please, once more, but would be interesting. Because to me, just to explain it, what I see, this is simply a function. It's not an extension function, it's just a function, which returns a property notifier. This one here. And this is also just a class that does not extend anything. But for sure, I remember that the method, so these two, they need to have exactly that format. Otherwise, it's not delegating the stuff internally. But anyway, I thought I can then simply assign it to any property, but it seems that it must be in the context of a property change source. And why is that? That one I don't understand. Because okay, now I get it. Because the first argument of the get and set stuff is a property change source. Okay, so there are some hidden rules, some magic stuff that you just need to understand. But yeah, I think it's not so intuitive to understand at first glance, but it's pretty useful. We will come to that very, very soon. So anyway, we have here our game model with the map name. When the map changes, we set the name, and somehow that should be reflected in our view, where we now fixed that part here. Then we are a table. There we set the set fill parent to true. That are those two lines here. Then we have a text button. There we have a KTX extension. The text would be initially it's empty. We don't really care. Then we pass the skin to it. The style is default, I guess. Download the source. So I think the default style is always the string default. I think this is just some default behavior in scene 2D. And I assume that the scene composer, because I also saw there, let me close this one here once more. Now it closed it completely. I don't understand how you can get back easily from the scene to your editor here. Anyway, so here the style, I saw that here, there's this drop down, and it seems like it automatically creates the default style, which is then basically that string representation here, or that string that we see here. So coming back to our text button, we just enter a text, then the style is the default style, the skin is the default skin. Yeah, I would just to make it future-proof, we should pass here the skin that gets passed in actually to our game view. And then we could have some styling. And the styling would be that stuff here. So touchable equals touchable disabled. Then we also had disabled true. And this text button got then added. So that would be we can call that cell. That's the it that we get into this callback here. And the cell has a pad top of 10. Then it expands. Then it is a line top. Then we had a min width of 150 and a min height of 40. Okay, I tend to remove that stuff here. So I think I don't care if the button gets pressed or not. This would be just some nice stuff, but it's a little bit of unnecessary piece of code, I would say, which is not really relevant to the user interface directly. So we remove it to keep it shorter. Then we also need to call row on the cell. He actually called row here. I did not know that this is also possible, but usually I call the row stuff here. Let's try that. Should give us the same result in the end. And finally, we have an image where we pass it's a good one. I would need here already the drawable. That's interesting because, drawable name, the last argument. That's the one that I need. So health 4. Then I pass in again the skin. And that's it. Then here we have the name equals player live. Then this touchable and scaling, we skip it for now, I would say. And finally, we want to modify the cell a little bit once more, which would be padding left of 4, we said, the padding bottom of 4. Then we expanded it and we aligned it to be on the bottom left. That's this one. Okay, one thing that I want to look at, what is this function here doing internally? So it's image get drawable. Returns a registered drawable if no drawable is found, but a region 9 batch of sprite exists with the name, then the appropriate drawable is created and stored in the skin. And I guess this one is always... Yeah, maybe the result of this drawable should be remembered, but anyway, our user interface is very small. I guess it's also very quickly created. So let's keep it like that. And now the cool part that we can do with our property change listener would be something like this. So model and then the map name and then how could I call it then? Or was it model map name on, or was it model on property change? I think that it's like this, model map name and then some action. And I'm not 100% sure if it was like this or if it was like this. I just know that there is a difference between accessing the property of the instance or accessing the property of the class itself. Let me quickly check how it really needs to be done. Let's take the game view as an example. Model on property change. Okay, we need to access it via the class thingy. But the cool stuff is that then in here we can now write something like, let's assign that one here. That would be our map name pop-up. And the map name pop-up text, I think it's called, would be then simply the text that we get passed in here. Val cannot be reassigned. Is it then txt? Oh, how is it called? Set text? Seems like it's set text. Something like that. But that is now the convenient part. So in our view, we can add the property change listener, let's call it like that, which takes then the new value. This is just how I implemented it. Of course, you could change the logic to whatever you need and pass the old and the new value, for example. But in my games, I always just needed the current value. And in that case, we would get in here, we can call that actually map name to make it more clear. And we pass that then to our map name pop-up. And the same with the image stuff. So here we would react to the player live. And here we would then simply get the, let's call it player live image. That's too long. Let's call it just live image. That's easier. And the live image, there we can hopefully set a drawable, and that would be from, how did that work? That was skin get drawable. So we would have here skin get drawable, and the drawable would be health underscore and then whatever live we get in here. That would be the idea. So that should be very simple. So let me read again. You implemented get value set value operators. It's better to use read write property for that. Operators did the same, but implicitly it is the same as with lambdas. You can inherit or just add operator invoke. Not model use type. Yes, it's the type to use. So here I've never seen that. There is a read write property. Ah, okay. And what does that take actually? T, the type of object which owns the delegated property, and V, the type of the property value. So that would mean the owner is a property change source, and the value is T. Yeah. And then it has this ref and something with V. So now I can, I think it's now override, right? Okay. Let's try it out. So you say that this should now be the same, but in my opinion, this is more understandable because now at least I would see, okay, it implements something special. Here is this special format of the methods that you would need. So that is way better without just skipping it and somehow it automatically works, or automatically, let's call it like this. And this, I'm not sure if we could call that listeners because there is actually no listener. I would call that actions map. And let's see. On property change, yeah, there we add an action. And here, also to make it clear, let's call that action dot value. That's a little bit better to read. Here's an unchecked cast of this one. Yeah, because it cannot know that whatever property we are reading here and the action is of the same type. So there, I think we need this cast. And to remove the warning, we need the unchecked cast. Okay, anyway. Yes, now it is an explicit delegate. Also like it more. Yeah, thank you for that. I did not know that. That's great. That's why I like to have streams, because then I learn from you experts out there. Good, so theoretically, we should get a view now that hopefully looks similar to what we had in Scene Composer. And maybe we also get the correct map name already with this delegation stuff here. And from the player hit points, we should at least see this health point here. So actually the name that we set here, we also don't need it because we have a direct reference to our image and just modify it here immediately. So that should work. Let's see. So we see something. To me, it looks a little bit not so sharp, if I'm honest with you, but maybe that's the graphics themselves. But we have player hit points, which are really not that readable, right? It's hard to notice that these are the player hit points, but we could anyway add maybe some background graphic or whatever, or change it to a different color. That is not so important. Anyway, we also have here the map pop up. And the only thing that we would need now is, why don't we see here a text? There should be a text if everything is working properly. So let's go in here. We should hopefully end up in this event. Did I save the map? Yes, I did. And I also want to remove the physics debugging again. Okay, I need to start in debug mode. Yeah, okay, we end up in here. We get here also the name tutorial, which should bring us into that piece of code here, but it does not do that. Really? No, it doesn't do that. Why? We should end up in here. Just to rule it out, let me quickly change everything back to the what I had before. Okay, so it's like this. Let's try it once more. But that is not working. I have an idea. I think we create the game model here, but we don't pass it to our view. No, we pass it to our view. Okay. Yeah. So maybe you register listener after value set. You're totally correct. So here I'm firing the event, but the view is created here below. So the game, yeah, that makes sense. I think we will make it like this. Set first map. You are totally correct. I'm sure. That's it. Yes, so now we get in here. Okay, then before I look even into the game, let's also add that back here again. So the refactorings that we did. And now, ta-da! Isn't that amazing? I mean, it looks ugly as hell. It's most ugliest user interface ever. But this is just some setting up stuff. So first of all, the graphic currently here gets stretched quite a lot. What I think it's mainly the stretching. We need to make 9 patches out of it. Maybe even reduce the viewport size a little bit. Not 100% sure. I think that is fine. Font is also showing somehow. And the cool part is, and that is what I really like, I need to get used to it, but the cool part is we have an editor here for the user interface. So all this skin creation, just to give you an example, I normally always had it a separate skin file. And in this skin, I had to define, or this is at least how I did it, I defined all the drawables that I needed access to. That might still be necessary, not sure. Then all the fonts, the label styles, the button styles. Then I had to load everything manually. Then here set up the skin properly with some nice DSL from LibGDX, but still it was just some manual setup of the different, of the skin itself, which we currently get auto-generated. And also defining a few like in here. So all of that stuff, finding out what are the correct properties, when do I need to add what is the cell information with expanding, filling, padding, etc., etc. All of that I always had to do via code. And now we can do that with a program, so with the scene manager, which is really, really cool. I'm not 100% happy with the user interface and usability itself. It seems to work good. Also the texture atlas packing and so on, which is automatically done by this program. It's actually really a time saver and really cool. But what I find really weird, I will most likely create an issue and ask Relus here. What I don't get is when I change to project scene composer, it seems to override what I'm seeing with now this scene screen or whatever that is. And when I want to go back now to my to my skin itself and modify that one, I don't see a back button or whatever. And when I close it, was it here? Quit. Ah, okay. So I think before I press the X button at the top right, which closes the program, obviously, but I need to go to File, Quit, and then I get back to the skin editor. Okay. Yeah, okay. Got it. One more thing that you might have noticed, but I didn't mention this, is Textra Typist Playground. Let's try that out. Textra Typist is a special widget from what I remember, where dummy text 1, 2, 3, which has some cool effects. Like, for example, here you see it shows the text one by one, but there would be also other things. Not sure if we can do that in here somehow. I'm not very familiar with this editor, so let me show you the GitHub page. LibGDX Textra Typist. I think it's this one. Basically, it's a label on steroids, so you can have very fancy effects like this, that text is flying in, you can have emojis, you can have rainbow colors and things like that. So if you need more than just showing some simple text and coloring text in an easy way, so if you need more than that, then there is this Textra Typist widget available. I never used it, but I saw it once, which seems to be very cool, as you can see here. So this is some demonstration what you can do, and seems to be very, very powerful. You can send value to the listeners in the register function. Yes, we could do that, but do you want that? In our case, that would always call now two events. The first one, when the property gets created. No, actually, no. I'm not sure if that is needed, because most likely that can never happen, right? You create the game model, which then has all these initial values, and after that you register the view. You mean here, so on property change, that here we call the action directly with the value from the model. Yeah, might be useful actually. So you mean something like this, and what is the value? How do I know that? I think I don't have the value at that point in time, right? Or is it property getter? St. No. Getter is the method itself, right? Expression getter of that cannot be invoked as a function. The function invoke is not found. Call? I don't know. St. No. Also some reflection stuff. So not sure how we would get here the value. Yeah, there's always a little bit of delay until you get my questions. What we are missing for today, and that is now the final part that I want to do, is that we also update the player health points. We will do it via some dummy input key handling. So I press 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the player life gets set to 1, 2, 3, or 4. But we need some information here. So for that one, I would say whenever an entity can be damaged, it needs to have most likely some life. So maybe separate that for now in a separate component that we call a life component. That one is again a flex component that we call live. And what does it have? It has a current live, which is an integer. Is it an integer? Maybe a float might be accurate if we have some damage over time. Yeah, float might be useful. And it also has a maximum, which per default is the current value, whatever we pass in here. Yeah, then let's stop that. And now we need our player. I think that was in the spawn system. Yes. And in here we give it some hit points. So actually all these properties I'm thinking now, so move speed, jump speed and everything, theoretically we could also do that in tiled on the object itself. So there we have game object frog. There we could maybe also make a class and then just set those properties here. Let me do that for the next day. So add another class to tiled for game object properties like jump, live, etc. That might be also then quite useful. The fade out, fade in, we don't have that yet, but we will try that in a moment. That GUI we have now working, that's cool stuff. Then coming back here, so here we want to set now this live component. And the player has 4 hit points. Maybe, I'm thinking now, maybe we are actually... I would say it makes more sense. It's a little bit weird to write it like that, but that's not even possible. I thought of setting it, the current actually to the maximum. From a configuration point of view, that makes more sense. But destructuring makes more sense if the current hit points are first and the maximum after that. So I don't see a very quick and easy way to solve that. So we will have it like that. Also setting a float as a current value or maximum value most likely also does not make sense. Yeah, but it's just that we get the user interface working. That is not the important piece. Anyway, our player now has hit points. He has live. And now in our game screen, in our render method, there we will have to do remove debug stuff. There we have again our input processor. And when the key is the number 1 key, then we get from our world family all player component, all player entities, and for all of them we access the live component, it, and then the live component, and there we set the current value. That is not working. It's just some debugging stuff for today. The current value will be 1. Okay. Then another one. When we press 0, then the player live is set to 0. Then let's have a when statement here. What? For both of these. Okay, then 2 more. So 2, 3, 4. So then we have number 2, number 3, and number 4. And there we set the hit points to 2. Oops. To 2, 3, and 4. So currently, that will not update anything in the user interface because setting the property on the live component does, of course, not trigger the player life or change the player life of the game model in here. A quick fix would be that we set it here directly. Whenever we update the player life, we also set here the game model life, but that is not a good way. What we will do, and which is the better way, is that we will have a new event, and actually a specific one. It could be just an entity damage event when we damage anything. Let me think, maybe we do that, because I'm thinking of creating a player damage event, but I think to be more generic, it's better to have a entity damage event. And what you get here is you get the entity itself, I would say. That makes sense. And also, ideally, you get the live component directly. Then you don't need to extract it separately. And that one is a game event. Okay. The smart people out there, I give you a couple of seconds, maybe even more than a minute. What is happening now when we add this event? Will there be any problem in our existing code? And I give you a hint. We used here a sealed interface, and until now we just had one event. What is now the difference when we have two events? So game screen, here we want to now always from our game event dispatcher, we want to fire a new event, which is an entity damage event. Actually, in here we want to do that. And this damage event takes our entity and it takes the live component. This code is just quick and dirt. It's not very efficient or not very good because it retrieves this component twice, which is not that great. But this is just some debugging stuff, so it's good enough for our purposes. Okay, any ideas? Is there no problem at all that we entered now this event, or is there some problem? What do you think? Let me quickly check. So fire. Okay, that one looks good. You can create a second constructor with one parameter. Constructor max int. This max. Ah. That's also something that I almost never use in Kotlin, the second constructor. Because I find the syntax very weird, but that one looks good. So we have the constructor. And there you say, I take now just an integer value, and that one is calling it like that. Most likely I need to make it here to float, but that's it, which coming back to our spawn system, we can say here maximum equals 4. Okay, then we remove here the default value just to be safe that you don't call this constructor here by accident. That is now way better. Cool stuff. Okay, what is here? Spawn system has an issue. Where? Ah, okay. So the problem that we are facing now, that we have a second event and that we use the sealed interface, it's not a problem. but an error that we get now during already in the compilation time is that everywhere where we currently use an when or an if statement, I think just a when. I'm not sure, but I think it's related to the when. A when statement must be exhaustive, which means for every possible case that is here available, we need to write an outcome, what should happen. And currently we always had when event is map change event, then do something. But now we have a second event, this entity damage event, and the compiler tells us, hey, you are missing a case. What do you want to do? Which is actually good because that helps us to identify areas now where we did not react to that event. But usually what you see very often, what you normally do is when you just, here we are currently just interested in a map change event. So basically for everything else that is coming, we don't want to do anything. So that's why we say here unit. And let me just start the game because there should be, I think, maybe 2 or 3 other areas where we have this issue. So let's see. The audio service should not, maybe that one should later on react to damage event and play some sound. Not sure. Camera system, that one does not need to react to anything. The render system also doesn't care about anything else. But the game model, that one actually wants to react to entity damage event. And here it wants to do something. So within our entity world, we want to check if there is some nice syntax in Flex, if I remember correctly. If, how is it? Let me check. Event.entity has entity tag .player. I think I had some infix function. Yes. So if the entity is a player, we could also write here is, if I remember correctly. No. In. I think in was supported or something like that. But anyway, if entity has the player tag, then we change the player live to event live. And that live is a float, but we only care about the int value. Oh, no, we say current and then to integer. We do it like this. Okay. I actually then don't need the player entities family here at all. And now I press 1. Aha! 2, 3, 4, 0. 1, 2, 3, 4. What happens when I press an invalid number? Okay, nothing happens. Because most likely I could imagine we get then a null drawable. And if we pass a null drawable to the image, then it simply does not update at all, it seems like. So that does not crash. Okay, so this update mechanism also works. In a real game, we won't do that because most likely there will be no time. But if I would make a real game out of that I want to share with people, I would most likely extract the different segments out of this bar here as separate images. And then make them blink and go away, because currently it just goes away immediately. If you are hit, it simply takes away that little segment here. And I think to make it more clear that something happened, I would make that blink very shortly and then disappear. But we won't do that. So we will live with that stuff here that we can set here, the graphic. Okay, almost done for today. So that's cool stuff. The final part is that this thing here should be hidden at the beginning. And then we just want to fade it in for, let's say, 5 seconds. And then we want to fade it out. What's actually interesting, we should be able to jump a height of 3, but okay, let me quickly fix that. That is something annoying because the our collision, as you might remember, is a little bit below this black edge here, and we can only jump 3 tiles high. So theoretically, we should be able to exactly get on top of that, but as you know, there is some inaccuracy when it comes to Box2D and in the way you call the refresh, or the way you set the fixed time step of the physics engine. It's accurate enough, I would say, but for those pixel perfect thingies, it's not that good. So let's try make a little bit of a tolerance. So 3.2 should be able, or should allow us to jump on top of that. Yes, that looks good. Is it a 100%? Yes. Does it also work when I collide a little bit with the wall? Yes. So that actually feels really, really good. That's good enough. Okay, perfect. So finally, this little action that we want to have. So we have a game view, and here we have this map name. And what we want to have is actually that the alpha value, set alpha, no, is it from the cell alpha value? Does not make sense. It should be the button color. Okay, then it's color, and the alpha value is 0. I think that should hide it. Yes, so now it's not visible. And whenever let me think now. So whenever the map name changes, we want to do a couple of things. So map name pop up. We want to clear. I think that clears the actions, right? Removes all children's actions and listeners from this group. Yes, this is what we want. Then we want to set the color alpha value to 0. And now we want to add some actions to it, which we can do, I think, with plus equals. And then is it sequence? I think so. Not 100% sure. Was it actions? Or is it just the action itself, which would be fade in and then something? But not sure if we edit that as a extension. So let me quickly check LibGDX on GitHub. There should be a scene 2D extension, but does that one also include the actions? No. So it must be something else. Is it then maybe the actors extension? Yeah. Yes, that one it is. So actors. Do we have the actors extension? I think we forgot it, right? I hope that one is alphabetically. Yes, so we did not have the actors extension, so let's quickly get this one. And now we should be able to write here fade in. Yeah, we could also use a specific interpolation. Otherwise, it's linear interpolation. I think that is good enough. How long should it take for the fade in? Maybe a second, let's say. And then we want to pause, or how is that one called? Or delay. Yes, I think it's delay of maybe 3 seconds, and finally a fade out, and a fade out of half a second, something like this. Let's see how that looks like. Okay, fade out is a little bit too fast. Let's make it also 1. I'm wondering, why is the text not visible? Because I've guessed clear. Yeah, okay. I could imagine that clear removes the label. So the text button, I guess, is a combination. It's most likely an image, a background image, a label, whatever. And when we call clear, it removes the text element. So what we need to call is clear actions. I think that's it. And fade out. Perfect. What is that one doing internally? Let's also quickly check. So this one is calling add action. Okay, that's quite simple. Is there anything with clear action? No. Then I would say that's it. We could also action then. That's maybe even a nicer syntax. So we could do something like then do a delay and then do a fade out. I think that's even nicer. And what is that one actually? Will be executed after this action. Aha, but that one is always creating sequence actions. That one is simply adding it most likely to a root sequence. So I would say no. Let's go back. I think not 100% sure, but I think this is slightly more efficient because it just creates one sequence action. Not sure. Maybe there is a sequence action by default on the actor. And with that one, what is plus doing? Ah, no, plus is the same as then. Right? Then is add action something. And this one is... Aha. I think then it doesn't really matter. Then let's use then. A little bit cooler and nicer to read. Okay. That's it, I would say. There is also, if I remember correctly, isn't there also an alpha action? Yes, which is 0f. Then... And I think there's also maybe a time. Yeah, with that, it sets it immediately, so we can skip that. And is there an actions.clear or something? Actions? No. So we need to call clear actions. We can actually improve that a little bit. I would say map name pop-up run, I think in this case, and then all of this stuff, and we can simply remove all of this, and here we say this, yes, like that. Then we don't need to write map name dot all the time. Then we can have it like this. Okay. One last try, I would say. Perfect, perfect, perfect. But it's still, yeah, okay, there are a couple of things. So first of all, I'm very happy with what we achieved today. So we have actually the player hit points. We have the current map info when changing the map. And so we finished actually day 5. So everything is done. Cool stuff. Really, really cool stuff. I like it. I like this editor as well. So the scene manager stuff here. Really useful. Nice thing. Then day 6 there. What do we want to do? That stream will be tomorrow, by the way, but a little bit later because I need to help my parents again. As I mentioned, they are moving to a new house and I will help my father tomorrow with a couple of things. So I will come back later in the afternoon and then I will do a stream. And then we will add some additional information to tiled. So as mentioned, we will add here a separate class for the game objects. And then here we can then set properties like run speed, jump height, hit points, and things like that. So all the things that we are currently setting via code here, we will do that in the tiled editor. And we can then make that also here more dynamic. So we don't need that hard condition in here. We can then check, does it have a move speed, then add it. Does it have jump stuff, then add the jump component. So things like that. This is what we can do, which is great then in the end. What else do we do? Then I would say let's try out first this little widget here or tool here. So with the sound effect creation that we can adjust the jump sound a little bit, which would also be cool. And finally add then 2 enemies. I'm not sure if we will start with 2. Maybe, I think the swamp is a little bit of a tricky one because this is something completely new for me. I want that to give you an example. So let's say we have a scenery like that. And I'm the player here. And then there would be the swamp enemy here. And that one is when we are within a certain range, then it should move towards us, which is not so difficult to implement. But what I want is that when he's just touching us, so imagine the player would be here and he's just touching us, then he should push the player towards a wall. And only when we are stuck between a wall and the swamp, then the player should get damage or maybe even die. I'm not sure, but take at least damage. If the swamp is just touching the player normally, then he should just push him away. And to get that one right, to also identify then if the player is stuck between a wall and a swamp, or maybe 2 swamps, I would need to test the different scenarios. That will be a little bit trickier. So that's why we will move that to that day here. And there we can then see, because that one also belongs together. So we will implement then the enemy swamp. And also when we take damage, we try to implement then this damage shader. Might be possible in one day. Let's see. But tomorrow we just have this one. Let me think. We need to improve the user interface widgets for sure a little bit. When do we do that? So here we have optimized jumping. Yeah. Then also here I would say we can do optimize UI. There we have create 9 patches. What else? Make the graphics look sharper. Scaling issue. So something like that. So there we will play around with that a little bit to optimize the user interface. Change color of player hit points to get better contrast, or add background to player bar. That should be day 8. So this one will be tomorrow, Saturday. That will be Sunday. This one will be most likely Tuesday next week, maybe. Then what else do we have? Then this double jump mechanic. That one should hopefully not that difficult anymore. Here comes one thing to my mind. Make downfall or just fall velocity cap at a certain value. What I mean with that is currently when we are in our game and we fall down, so just from that platform, in my opinion, it feels very, very good, very, very nice. So it's not that fast. Also falling down from that platform also feels really, really good. The problem is when we are high, then at some point we get an insanely fast speed. and fall down very, very quickly. And that one feels a little bit bad. I think the speed should be kept at what kind of speed we have when we are here. So jumping down, I think that speed should be the maximum. If we are higher and fall down, we shouldn't go down like at lightning speed. That should be kept at some point. So that is what I mean here with this velocity cap. Okay, but that's also something not super tricky. Then this feature is also okay. And day 10, that's actually then already creating some maps and playing around. So I would say we are already over 50% of what we wanted to achieve. There is, of course, some bonus stuff like boss fight, safe load system, this pathfinding, what someone mentioned, automatically update the enum of tiles or project to keep them in sync. So things like that. Not sure how many of those we will cover, but at least for those things, I am confident that we will be able to finish that most likely within the next 2, latest 3 weeks. That should be good enough. Okay, with that, that's it for the stream today. Thanks for watching. I wish you a nice evening and see you again tomorrow. And thank you for your help and input again. Bye bye.